Good morning. Welcome to the Senate Chambers. I'm Brennan Beastie, Secretary of the Senate. I just wanted to welcome you to the House and go over a couple of housekeeping matters. First of all, we have the Senate staff here. Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary, Annette Biamonte, the History Clerk, Lauren Hagen's going to be the Media Clerk running the media today, and Terry Horvath is our Journal Clerk. They'll be in and out of the chamber, but if you see them, you feel free to ask them questions, talk to them however you wish. So first of all, there's numerous folks in this building that I want to give a shout out to that have helped put this together. So not only people you know from research, but IT put in a lot of work to build this database, AVH behind the scenes, their audio-visual unit. You don't see or hear them, but they see and hear everything. So, thank them in whatever way you will. The House staff, legislative police who you heard from, general services and buildings have just done a lot to make sure the space is ready for you. So, when you see staff in the building, give them a thank you, let them know you appreciate them. Please be respectful, as the chief clerk said, of the space you are in. You're granted the privilege of sitting in actual senators' chairs at their desks. Few people get to do this, so please don't rifle through their drawers, move their stuff, remove anything. Just be respectful. Also, this is a working building. There are people at work here, so be cognizant of the fact that there are people at work and try not to be disruptive of them. More importantly, be respectful of one another. In the Senate chamber, we have rules of decorum that extend to anybody in here, including you. So please know that those are there for a reason. Deliberative democracy only works when we're respectful of one another. So, you're here to debate policy, not each other's characters. So try to live up to the standards of the Senate while you're in this room. You have a microphone. Please use it when you speak, or else people won't be able to hear you. To request to speak or turn on your mic or vote, the touch screens at your desk are working and active. President will call. I assume the president will call on you when you're granted the privilege to speak. You can turn on your mic at your desk, or the president can also turn on your microphone. Please turn it off when you're done. And then when a vote is open, when the secretary opens the roll, your touchscreen will give you your voting options, yay or nay, or not voting. In the Senate, we don't use not voting unless you have a conflict of interest. I don't know how you guys do it here, so use that if you will. And finally, just remember, I know the chief clerk mentioned this, but everything you say or do in this chamber is captured by a camera or a microphone, even when your microphone is off, even when you're not in session. So just be cognizant of that and don't do anything you don't want broadcast. AVH works really hard to make sure you don't get stuck in hot mic situations, but they can't catch everything, so be aware. With that, welcome to the Senate Chamber. Happy to have you here, and have a great session.
Thank you so much, and now I call this meeting to order at 10:17 a.m. on Wednesday, June 17, 2026. So we will now begin with Senate Bill 120. The floor is open to discussion.
Senate Bill 120 in the Nevada State Legislature. An act, provisions will be set for housing affordability and the limiting of corporate ownership of residential property in the state of Nevada.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. The reason I say this is that corporate home buying is a large problem in the state of Nevada, and it causes the price of living in Nevada to be much higher than it should be. And I believe that this bill, if passed, would significantly help with that. Because as you know, corporate home buying is a large issue, and there's a very monopolistic nature to it, and it causes that these sort of private entities to control the price of living. And I think that passing this bill would help combat that. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill and completely agree with my fellow Senator Kim. I agree with this bill because we are putting a check onto corporate power, because corporations shouldn't be allowed to price out working class individuals out of their homes to make it so unaffordable where people are struggling with rent. This bill stops that, and we are able to see this because it has a check to completely stop corporate home buyers from violating this repeatedly, and there is a check to make sure that if they violate any part of this bill, that they will receive a large fine. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill, like Senator Kim and Senator Tu. This bill really stops corporations because it supports working Nevada residents that are here instead of allowing corporations to buy and raise the rent, and sky-high rents are causing for many homelessness problems in Nevada. So I also rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I think that many people in our generation are wondering how we're going to afford housing when we get older, and I think this is why we need to act on this issue immediately.
The chair recognizes Senator Tianberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help protect the people of Nevada, the workers, not the corporations. I think that this will allow more people to be able to afford a home and get a home before the corporations take them all away from the true citizens of Nevada and the working class people. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion that we move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tianberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second that motion.
The motion has been seconded, so now would the secretary open a poll? If you vote in favor of moving on to the previous question, please vote yay. And if you oppose moving on to the previous question, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, vote for no vote. So the motion has passed, and we will now be moving on to the previous question. Now would the Senate please open a poll? If you agree with passing the bill, please vote yay, and if you disagree with passing the vote, please vote nay, and if you have no vote, please vote for no vote. Would the Secretary please close the poll? There are 10 yeas and 0 nays, so the bill has been passed. We will now be moving on to Bill 204.
SB 204 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to conduct a mining survey to locate deposits of minerals for future extraction.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill. The reason I say this is I believe that Nevada has to diversify its economic portfolio. I believe that although mining inherently is not inherently a bad part of Nevada's economy, as it has very much helped with the economy and is a large part, it's just not sustainable. And I believe that if we pass this bill, it will further entrench us into the mining sort of sector when we should be diversifying Nevada's economic portfolio. That's all for me. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I agree with Senator Kim in that relying on mining industries is not the way to go for the future of Nevada. We should focus more on economic sources that are renewable and don't harm a lot of the environment.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill because I feel that we should protect Eastern Nevada. The bill specifically clarifies that it should be focusing in Eastern Nevada for the mining, but I feel that we should be protecting these lands for recreational purposes and also pay respects to preserve these lands. I do not think we should be actively mining on them to an extent where it's going to be harmful for the environment. When this bill passes, we're going to expand mining to a point that is going to be so harmful to the environment, it's going to harm Eastern Nevada. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Like Senator Kim, Senator Tu, and Senator Rivera shared, I also rise, thank you, Mr. President, I also rise, I rise in opposition to this bill. I believe that it does not promote sustainability, and mining is not the future of Nevada. And with that, I ask to move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second that motion.
Thank you for seconding the motion, Senator Tao. Instead of voting to move on to the previous question, we're going to just move on whether to pass or fail this bill. So would the Secretary please open a poll? If you agree with passing this bill, please vote yay, and if you disagree with passing this bill, please vote nay, and if you have no vote, then please vote no vote. Would the Secretary now please close the poll? With 9 nays and 1 yay, the bill has failed. We will now be moving on to Bill 132. Senate Bill 132, an act regarding student access to mental health services in schools. The chair recognizes Senator Tanberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help protect our students by giving them more access to mental health support. Many schools in Nevada have way more students to counselor ratios than they should. I think that this bill will be a very good one for the state because mental health is a very important problem. And I think the only thing this bill will do will be help solve it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support for this bill too. For right now, the Nevada counselor to student ratio is 456 to 1. And the American School Counselor Association says that there must be a 250 students to 1 counselor ratio for it to be a good amount. And I feel like that is one of the main reasons that Nevada is ranked last in the nation for mental health care and services. So that is why I stand in support of this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. So Nevada's student to counselor ratio is almost double what it should be, and it is among the highest in the country. And I believe that this bill will allow more mental health services to these students that need help and will overall boost our education system as students will be able to focus their attention and better use their time in their classes rather than struggling with mental health issues. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Mr. President, I completely agree with Senator Tao, and yeah, I think that if we have more counselors for how many students we have, that it would help a lot with mental health in Nevada, and it would overall just give students more assistance when needed. And so with that, I make a motion to move to previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Personally, I believe that there can be no negative outcome that can come from passing this bill. If anything, it is made in support of our students. It would increase the accessibility of help that students can receive from counselors. And yeah, and with that, I motion to move to previous question.
Chair recognizes Senator Tu.
I second that motion.
So now we'll be moving on to a vote. Would the secretary please open a poll? If you agree to pass this bill, please vote yay. And if you disagree to pass this bill, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote for no vote. Would the secretary now close the poll? With 9 yeas and 1 no vote, the bill has passed. We'll now be moving on to Bill 145.
SB 145, an act the state of Nevada shall adopt a letter grade system for unannounced food inspections in all districts, not just Southern Nevada.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Sorry, Mr. President, that was a misclick.
Okay, then moving on, the chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think public health should be a priority for all Nevadans. Currently, a letter grade system is only present in Southern Nevada, with Reno having the ability to publish it if they wish. However, I feel that all consumers should walk into restaurant establishments or any food establishment with confidence to be able to eat there and not have to worry about any foodborne illnesses. With this bill, all restaurants will be subject to the same letter grades and same standards, but will also be forced to disclose their grade to make sure that everyone who goes to the establishment knows how things are ran at that establishment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I agree with Senator Tu. I believe that there's no bad outcome that could come from this bill. Obviously, these standards are in place in Southern Nevada, and I think they should also be instituted in other areas of Nevada as well. Just because of safety and food regulation is a very important thing, and like I said before, there's nothing bad that can come out of this, and yeah, therefore I agree with Senator Tu, and I believe that this bill should be passed.
The chair recognizes Senator Sinsay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill primarily because I live in Reno, and having lived there, it's very scary to know when some of your favorite local restaurants have closed down due to some health code violations, and not having that letter grade posted would be, or having that letter grade posted would be such a great benefit, and it would just allow for me to walk into any restaurant with confidence and at least enjoy food knowing that safety is the #1 priority. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. As we have previously went over, Senator Tu said Southern Nevada does this grade policy already, and it seems to be going very, very well. And NRS Chapter 446 does require inspections, but does not require a specific letter grade. But I think instilling a specific letter grade would really show how the food services and food service really is going. And although Washoe County does have, it's transitioning away from unannounced things to scheduled grade reform. Grade things. I think this is still a good bill because it enforces it on all of Nevada, not just certain parts. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Tianberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help protect the citizens of Nevada. I think that the letter grade system will make them all feel much safer wherever they go to eat food. With that, I motion to move on to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I really agree with how it's uniform, so all businesses are subjected to the same standards, and so I second his movement.
This motion has been seconded. It will now be going to a vote. Would the secretary please open the roll? If you agree to pass this bill, please vote yea, and if you disagree to pass this bill, please vote nay, and if you have no vote, please vote for no vote. The secretary now close the roll. With 10 yeas and 0 nays, the bill has passed. We will now be moving on to Bill 160.
SB 160 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act regarding the expansion of direct doctor-to-consumer healthcare agreements and medical license reciprocity to alleviate the doctor shortage crisis.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
That was a misclick, sorry. That was from the previous bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and the reason I say that is because although I believe that the doctor shortage in Nevada is a very large issue, I believe that the very laissez-faire nature of this bill could be very dangerous and is in the long term would have many more cons than it would have pros. And the reason I say this is in section 1A, it says that medical providers may offer healthcare directly to patients, and it says that it's clear, transparent, and cash only a la carte price menu. And I think that this is very dangerous because not only are they giving out sort of medical licenses to doctors in a way that is much more easier, it's also private, which means that this could lead to many, I would say, shadier businesses that we do not want in the state of Nevada. And I believe that the regulation is in place for a reason, to ensure that doctors are sufficient and qualified to treat and provide for their patients. And so therefore, I rise in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tianberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I completely agree with Senator Kim. I think that this bill has the correct intentions, but it does not but it executes them poorly. I think in section 2, where it says, to immediately increase the supply of medical professionals in Nevada, the state shall grant automatic immediate licensing reciprocity to out-of-state healthcare providers. I don't think that is a good idea. I think that any out-of-state medical providers should have to go through a check by actual people of Nevada and not an automatic licensing. I think that this bill can be used for more bad things than it can be for good. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajanikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill as well. I think the ambiguity of this bill can cause many different people to maximize and capitalize on this opportunity of being able to do direct healthcare services. And as Senator Kim and Senator Tentberger were saying, it is just not the right, it's leaning towards a good cause, but it's not executed in the correct way. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
I rise in opposition of this bill as well. I think that this bill has great transparency and meaning behind it, but it can be taken advantage of, and too many people can do too many bad things off of it. So with that, I motion to move the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tak Tu.
I second that motion.
Would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing this bill, please vote yay. And if you disagree with passing the bill, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote for no vote. The secretary now close the roll. With 10 nays, this bill has failed. We will now be moving on to Bill 178.
SB 178 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to stimulate local economic growth by abolishing municipal licensing monopolies and permit fees for outdoor recreation and ecotourism businesses.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a misclick from the last question. I apologize.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Like the last bill, I believe that the regulations are put in place for a reason. Specifically, in Section 2 of this bill, it says that municipalities will be banned from acquiring business licenses and permitting fees for outdoor recreation and ecotourism businesses. And I believe that business licenses are incredibly important in terms of regulation and ensuring that businesses are not doing any illegal activities and are, how should I say this, put under watch and are well recorded. And I believe that transparency is important with the government because obviously companies need to be put in check to ensure that they're not doing any shady business. And that is why I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Tanberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Again, I completely agree with Senator Kim. I think that with this bill abolishing licensing fees, I think that that will cause a lot of funding to be lost, and I don't believe that the increase in number of local outdoor recreation and ecotourism businesses coming to Nevada will help or will replace that or increase any funding. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I raise in opposition of this bill just because it removes business licenses, and especially for outdoor recreation businesses where there's a lot of liability and safety concerns, for example, kayaking or whitewater rafting and whatnot. I think it's really important that these businesses understand how to operate a business and understand how to cooperate with liabilities and other logistical concerns. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. I think licensing is a crucial part for any type of business, especially ecotourism, because without it, they're able to operate and basically do whatever because they don't have a license that says what they can and what they cannot do. So if we do not pass this bill, then we are saying that it's not okay for these businesses to just basically do whatever they want. So I think we should just not vote on this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. So the outdoor recreation and nature tourism in Nevada is 24 billion. So that is a large industry, and I believe that if we were to have such a big industry in the state, we must have licensing and permits for these businesses so that they cannot just do whatever they want. And yeah, that's I oppose this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion that we move to the previous question.
Chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second that motion.
Will the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing the bill, please vote yea, and if you disagree with passing the bill, please vote nay, and if you have no vote, please vote for no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 10 nays, the bill has failed. We will now be moving on to Bill 153.
SB 153 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act reducing the language barrier in healthcare to ensure that patients receive equal quality care regardless of their background and to prevent errors derived from miscommunications.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Coming from an immigrant family, I do believe that a lot of families do suffer from not being able to understand English and needing a translator, especially in industries such as healthcare, where decisions are really crucial and communication is also really crucial between the businesses, the doctors, and the patient themselves. One part of the bill that I really enjoy is in Section 1, where the patient should be compensated if a hospital fails to provide a certified medical interpreter for the patient. I believe this really puts these hospitals to be accountable to have these people in these positions in order for everyone to be able to have reliable communication with their doctors. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I completely agree with what Senator Tao said. I also come from a similar background. Most of my family are immigrants, and I have been a witness to errors that have happened due to miscommunications, due to lack of translators, and I feel like this bill would really just alleviate and help all those immigrant families that need support from a lot of agencies but are unable to get it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I completely agree. I rise in support of this bill. I completely agree with what my peers have said. I think that transparency between a doctor and a patient is key in the medical field, and so if we don't have that, then too much misinterpretation will happen. And so I make a motion that we move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second that motion.
The motion has been seconded. Would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing this bill, please vote yea, and if you disagree with passing this bill, please vote nay, and if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary now close the roll? With 9 yeas and 1 nay, the bill is passed. We will now be moving on to Bill 234. but it was passed and it's moved on to the Senate. We will now be moving on to Bill 209.
SB 209 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, An act to provide low-interest loans to first-time homebuyers that work in essential professions.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. The reason I say this is I think that is an amazing incentive for essential workers and public servants. And I think that availability and having these essential workers be able to live close to home or live close to where they work is a very important thing. And I think it should definitely be prioritized as, every minute counts in situations like for nurses or for firefighters or for even policemen. So I believe that this bill is very beneficial in being able to sort of take into account the financial situation of these public servants and sort of incorporate it into the law in order to make it so that it is much more convenient for these public servants to do their jobs effectively. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this bill for the exact same reasons Senator Kim said, but just to piggyback off of his points, I want to address the fact that this incentive will also allow a new generation of Nevadans to stay for a long time and just for them to start their families as well. I also believe that this incentive is just a great way for many of these essential workers to stay in Nevada permanently and for a lifetime and to start lineage here. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this bill. First responders kept Nevada standing when everything else shut down. And I believe that this incentive would really help them out in low interest loans. And the fact that people who laid down their lives for this country don't have the funds to buy a modest house is absolutely, it's terrible. So I believe that this bill needs to be passed in order for the welfare for our first responders. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I think that it's going to establish a way for people like first responders to get more people to work in the first responder industry, as they will live closer to where they need to work, and it'll incentivize them to stay in Nevada as they actually have access to affordable housing, and they'll be able to do their job and serve the state.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I completely agree with Senator Tu's statement about how this bill will allow people to stay in Nevada and therefore will allow more people that can work these essential jobs. Essential professions are defined as jobs that are deemed completely critical to the basic survival, safety, infrastructure, and economic continuity of society. And the fact that this bill has a low interest rate of 3% and also targets applicants that are low income but are doing everything they can to support this country, I really love the purpose of this bill, and therefore I yield my time, and I just want to say I rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion to move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
I second that motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open the roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 209, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 209, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote for no vote. Will the secretary now close the roll? With 10 yeas, the bill is passed. We'll now be moving on to Assembly Bill 201. Right now, we don't have any of the assembly bills, so now we'll be moving on instead to Senate Bill 219.
SB 219, an act relating to economic development, creating a universal regulatory sandbox to authorize 24-month waivers of specific state rules for innovative businesses.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think that a waiver from administrative regulations for 24 months is way too long and way too dangerous for consumers in Nevada. Even though in Section 6 it states that if a product is a threat to public health, the governor will revoke it, I still think that this lack of regulations will result in a threat to the public health of consumers in Nevada. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think incentives for innovation for businesses is the exact right way to go for the future of Nevada to ensure that we always are innovating in future industries or in industries.
The chair recognizes Senator Thunberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help Nevada have new innovations, have new businesses, have new technologies. I think that there are safeguards in this bill that will help protect the people of Nevada while we innovate. And I think that overall, this bill will help support our state. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I personally rise in opposition to this bill. The only reason I say this is because the bill does not specifically establish a certain amount of money given to as a waiver for these businesses. And though I do support innovation in our state, I do believe that if we do not have a set amount that we can give to these businesses, it could be used to cause harm, and many of these businesses may take advantage of this money that is given to them. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition of this bill because of how vague it truly is. In Section 6, it says that they can revoke it if it is a threat to public health. But how long is this going to take? And what is defined as a threat to public health? How do we establish what we think is a threat to public health, and how do these businesses manage it? This bill literally is so vague. It's not going to tell us how to do any of these processes. It's just going to say that it's going to do these things, not necessarily how the mechanism is going to work. I believe the idea is right, but it needs to be clearer on the mechanism. But because it is not clear, I think it is clear that we should not pass this bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill primarily because it allows for innovation to happen within the state of Nevada, which is super crucial considering that we, compared to our neighboring states, we do not necessarily have the greatest economy. And just to elaborate on the bill a little bit, many are concerned with the fact that there's not much regulation. However, in Section 4, it says that the office shall not grant the waiver if it has a demonstrable threat to the public or physical safety. Not to mention the fact that in Section 6, if the waiver is granted, the governor also has another chance to veto it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill because like Senator Chu said, it is too vague. It doesn't really describe what a danger to the public is, and so I think that can be taken advantage of, and that's all I have to say, honestly.
The chair recognizes Senator Chu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill again, even with Section 4, because it says that they can revoke it if there is any immediate threat. However, most of the threats are established after they have built the residence and after they are already functioning. So it's not going to do anything because most of the threats and dangers are already after the business has been established. I believe we should incentivize companies to come and diversify Nevada's economy, but I don't think this is the right way to do it because this is going to be inevitably harmful, and because of the lack of regulations, it's going to set a standard where companies are just going to open up whatever they feel like it, make everything look pretty at first, but then switch to unregulated, harmful practices that are going to damage the state of Nevada.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. And in response to Senator 2, this bill does have a section 6, that says if it becomes clear that the product demonstrably is a threat to public health, the Governor's Office of Economic Development can revoke it. So if companies come in here and look pretty at first that it's safe, but then they start becoming harmful, the waiver can be revoked and they will not be able to have that business in Nevada. There are safeguards that will protect the people while making sure that innovation is a priority. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is too vague, and therefore I think this should not be put into place. So I make a motion that we move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Chu.
I second that motion.
The motion is seconded. Will the secretary please open the roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 219, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 219, please vote nay. And if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 2 yeas and 8 nays, the bill has failed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 212.
SB 212 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to establish 2 non-voting student members on the Nevada System of Higher Education, NSHE, for each region of Nevada to have student voices formally represented in higher education.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Chu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because it gives students a voice that we normally do not have. This program, Boys State, actually gives us a voice to make change, and I feel that if we pass this law, then we can also get other students to put in their voice to help change. Currently, Nevada ranks near the bottom 10 in education for the entire United States. I think this bill allows the students of Nevada, people who are subject to the system, we are learners, to actually exemplify our voices and say what would help us. Not every adult understands what every student needs, but every student could understand and relate to these feelings of these other students and pass more effective legislation and give these students more voices that would amplify legislation to be better and hopefully progress Nevada forward in education.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I completely agree with what Senator 2 has said about this bill. I think that this will help give the students of Nevada who have been voiceless before a voice. and not only just a voice, but a voice that they elect, that they feel represent them, that they feel share all their values and are going through the same things as them. I think that this bill will help protect many students in Nevada. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think decisions on education should be made by the people who it directly affects, not just by people that maybe are semi-affected but don't actually, their future doesn't change based on their actions.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I believe the intention is there with having two students one from Northern Nevada and one from Southern Nevada, represent the voices of other students that are in their area. I truly believe that it could do a lot of good to our system overall and give these students that don't have a voice in higher level education. Another thing that I like about this bill is how neat it is with the participatory expenses being paid for, and the students don't have to have any out of costs to participate in these positions. So I think that's really neat, and I rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
I also agree with all of the senators. I believe this is a very nice bill for our voices to be heard in higher education. I feel that many executives that have high-ranking positions don't exactly know, or they aren't able to be in our shoes. So us being able to represent ourselves is a great addition to this. And like the participatory expenses also being covered is also a neat thing to add to the bill, or added to the bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because it primarily diversifies our voices and allows us to work all together on a common goal. And with that, I would like to move to previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second this.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 212, please vote yea, and if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 212, please vote nay, and if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 8 yeas and 2 nays, Senate Bill 212 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 218.
SB 218 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act building public infrastructure and creating jobs through privatization and specific business tax cuts.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think that overall, I think that the very laissez-faire nature of this bill is incredibly dangerous, and I think that the biggest issue within this bill is the concept of fiscal traps. It says, like, for one, there's already a lot of tax cuts on these privatized sort of industries, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. I mean, I could see why it would be an incentive, but overall, it just seems like we're trying to be as laissez-faire as possible. And I'm going to explain why. I think that fiscal traps are a big issue with this bill, and that's because, you know, when we have sort of private industries working for governments, I think that because there's not a lot of government intervention within the sort of the the contracts and like developments between them. I think that, because of the fiscal traps that cause the government to sort of continue funding projects that private entities may prioritize profit over actual substance, it'll cause sort of this situation where the government is bound to a contract that is not beneficial, and I think that the lack of regulation here is very problematic. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Thunberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I think that this bill has a good intention in wanting to help support all of our public works, I don't think it does it well. I think that it encourages businesses to promote profit over the people of Nevada. I think that there isn't enough in this bill to where the state can step in, or if they are very clearly harming the people for profit. I just oppose this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill and disagree with my fellow senators. But this is because I believe that private companies currently should open up public infrastructure and make it more accessible to the public. Currently, they have no incentive to do this. But with these tax cuts, they're going to want to open it. It's because it's going to be better for these cities, and it's going to be better for everyone else because they're going to reap the benefits of public infrastructure. And not only that, these private companies will get tax cuts, so they will be incentivized to keep investing in public infrastructure, and it's going to be better for the state of Nevada, and it's going to make the quality of life better for every single Nevadan.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I think no matter what the intentions of the private firm is, they're still funding public works, which helps support our community and build jobs for our citizens.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill simply because, like Senator Kim said, it has a very laissez-faire nature to it. If we look at Section 1A, where it says state funding shall not be used at all on planning, construction, and maintenance of public works projects approved under this act, and their use of private firms to instead do these constructions, I believe that it is just really unfair to the overall construction of public works, because the entire idea of this industry is to help public works and to improve Nevada's infrastructure overall. And I believe that this bill kind of just incentivizes private firms to keep all the profit for themselves. And overall, even though the average Nevada worker does get a tax cut, I do believe that it has a negative impact on the state's infrastructure and construction overall. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. To answer Senator Tu's questions, or sort of arguments to pass the bill, Senator Tu argues that this will sort of be in a business incentive, but the thing is that if anything, it incentivizes monopolies because the government is working with a single private entity and it shuts out competition. So if we really want to diversify and have competition and have a competing free market, then we would not want to pass this bill because it shuts out other private entities that may be smaller or may be in development of creating infrastructure or in building sort of contracts. So I think overall the bill is very counterintuitive because it's supposed to be an incentive for sort of these newer developing infrastructure projects, but instead it shuts out real competition. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
I'll disagree. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill again. I actually disagree with my fellow senators again, Senators Howe and Kim. I believe that sometimes laissez-faire is kind of a good thing. Public infrastructure, there's not necessarily too much profit to be made out of it. We're not going to be creating monopolies when it literally says that private firms would be getting these tax cuts, implying that we're going to be doing multiple firms. We're going to have multiple firms invest into the public infrastructure of Nevada, making it better and more accessible to everyone. Now, these private firms have giant amounts of money to actually invest in public infrastructure. These tax cuts just incentivize them to do so. It's not going to centralize or create any monopolies because we aren't paying them. It's covered by them. They're just getting tax cuts. Don't let them go up and say that it's going to create monopolies because that's simply so far from the truth.
The chair recognizes Senator Thunberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I agree that I think that we should have private firms and other corporations outside of the state government help with improving public works, I don't think this is the bill to do it. I think that this bill is too loose. There's too much room for people with corporations without the people's well-being in mind. I think that this bill encourages larger corporations to come in and monopolize the public works to get these tax cuts to make these profits. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. I believe that this bill has good intentions, but the corporations aspect of this is too big of a negative for us to pass this bill. I believe it can be taken advantage of very easily, and for that reason, we shouldn't allow this bill to pass. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill. I still disagree with my fellow senators that say they disagree with this bill because it's just tax cuts. They're not going to be making giant amounts of money. They're not making way too much profit because it's public infrastructure, meaning it's for the public. They're not going to be charging them like crazy to make this public infrastructure because it's all covered by them. The idea of a tax cut is just to incentivize them to create this public infrastructure with the large amounts of money that they own. It's not going to create a giant business where they're going to be actively trying to fish for money and actively abuse the public. It's just going to make it better for them because they're going to reap the benefits of public infrastructure, which is accessible to everybody.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill, and I would like to respond to Senator Tu. I think that there's a misconception. Tax cuts, that means they pay less taxes, and that therefore means that they get more money, overall revenue from the project, which means they will make more profit. These private entities, it's not like they're doing this work for free. They're definitely there to make profit, and as we said before, the issue of fiscal traps has not been sort of addressed at all. If you enter a contract with one of these companies, and as we know, as we've all talked about before, this bill is very laissez-faire, and the contracts are not very heavily regulated, and so therefore, with these fiscal traps, if we are in a contract and we continue to pay and pay and pay for a contract that is faulty, we get, one, a lot of wasted taxpayer money, two, public infrastructure that is either not safe or not sufficient. And so therefore, I think that, because this bill does not address, one, fiscal traps, and is also, two, laissez-faire in terms of just overall tax exempts. Because, if you look at Section 2B, it says that the private firm will be 100% exempt from the Nevada commerce tax on revenue coming from public works projects. They pay zero taxes. That is really, honestly crazy and very excessive. And so I don't think that we should pass this bill. And I motion to move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I don't believe this bill will create monopolies because even if these businesses will be 100% exempt from tax, that tax exemption will only be from that public works project. Those projects won't make tons of money. So so yes, maybe these businesses may make some profit. It's not gonna create monopolies. It's not gonna it's not gonna prioritize one business over others. It's still gonna create fair competition.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in opposition to this bill. One of the major problems I see with this bill currently is Section 2B, where it says private firms will be 100% exempt from Nevada commerce tax. I don't understand this part of the bill simply because in Nevada, public infrastructure entities are already exempt from 100% exempt from this taxes, according to Nevada Department of Taxation. And I just simply don't understand this because they are not affected by this, right? Public infrastructure entities are not affected by this. And what this is saying is to allow private firms to have the same kind of qualifications as these public infrastructure entities. And I just don't quite understand that because that means that this bill pretty much is ineffective. We should just keep public infrastructure entities the way it is. And that's my argument for it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I second Senator Kim's motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open the roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 218, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 218, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 6 nays and 4 yeas, Senate Bill 218 fails. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 223.
SB 223 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act concerning fluctuating clinical, vocational, and related childcare costs amongst dependent minors.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because Nevada is currently the worst state for childcare possible. We do not do anything for childcare, and I think this bill is great for having the first few steps to finally start looking at childcare and looking at a way to fix the system. Because childcare in Nevada is so expensive and unaffordable to a majority of individuals with children. Now, if we have this bill, we actually expand affordable childcare to everyone, and we allow Nevada to improve as a state. And maybe, just maybe after this bill, we will not be ranked 50 for the worst state for childcare.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I don't see how investing in the future of our state can be a problem. We have to invest in these kids so they can grow up and contribute to our state.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I completely agree with Senator Tu and Senator Rivera. I think that this bill will help support undersupported kids. This will help give many parents time to work their jobs and earn more money for their families. This bill will only help the state of Nevada. It will only help the people of Nevada, and therefore I support it.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I really like what Senator Rivera had to say. I believe that although the Section 1, 7% of household income regulation is very ambiguous and can lead to certain accounts of, say, fraud maybe, I think that overall this is a very good investment for the state of Nevada, and I believe that in the long term it is worth it, and therefore I motion to move to the second question, to move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second that motion.
The motion has been seconded. Would the secretary please open the roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 223, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 223, please vote nay. And if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 9 yeas and 1 no vote, Senate Bill 223 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 248. Wait, excuse me, 224.
SB 224, an act relating to criminal procedure, prohibiting the issuance or execution of reverse location search warrants or reverse keyword search warrants.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think that, I believe that reverse keyword search warrants and reverse location search warrants are very new technologies, and I understand the concerns of the sort of right to privacy and that sort of thing. But I do believe that with this new technology, it is extremely important that we utilize it in solving cases, and I believe that the full restriction of giving these search warrants are very, very harmful, because I believe that new technology should be used for good, and I think that this is the perfect application of that. And if you're not guilty of a crime, then I feel like that this shouldn't be that big of an issue, because if it does catch, per se, like other crimes within an area, like what could possibly be the cons of that, right? So that's all I have to say, and it's why I oppose the bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill and agree with what Senator Kim was saying. I also want to clarify that a lot of crime cases are solved by a variety of small little clues being pushed together to create a bigger picture. Now, if we outlaw reverse keyword search warrants and reverse location search warrants, then it's going to limit the fact that we aren't able to access their past locations or potentially what they searched up in the past. These have been used before to correctly prosecute individuals who have committed serious crimes such as murder. Now, if we pass this bill, it's going to limit the amount of people, it's going to limit this, and we're not going to be able to solve as many crimes by people who have literally been, by criminals who have been, who have decided to, for some reason, search up what they were going to do, or their location revealed where they were at the time of the crime.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill and these warrants are a massive overreach, and they breach citizen privacy very explicitly. I think especially the keyword search warrant is especially harmful. I think that this bill would help protect all of the innocents caught up in these warrants, because these will show where people have been. This is show like what they text, very private information, and it will be all accessible to the state and to the police. I don't think that these warrants should be used because they catch more innocents and bystanders than they do criminals. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. The reason I rise in opposition is simply because in the world we live in today, where technology is so apparent, a lot of the crimes can be traced back to online searches and location searches that are provided by these companies. And by this act removing the ability for officers to search this type of information, a lot of crimes may not be able to be solved. And that is my main reason for why I oppose this bill. Another reason is simply because to address Senator Tamberg's concern, most companies already sell your information, and a lot of your information is given to other companies, and all your info and data that link back to you on social media are owned by these companies and are distributed throughout. So I don't understand how this can be a concern, particularly with this bill, simply because that it's already a concern throughout. And another thing is that, again, with the safety of the citizens, I believe that these legal orders imposed by police officers play a key role in keeping our citizens safe, and I do believe that this bill should not be passed. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and to further address Senator Tamberg's sort of arguments, I would like to clarify that reverse location search warrant and reverse keyword search warrants, they don't go through messages, photos, videos, or any of that sort of data. Search warrants clearly go through your sort of internet search history, which includes websites and specific phrases that are put into browsers. And then for the reverse location search warrant, that specifically addresses where you've been throughout the day. And I feel like that this does not impede on the sort of right to privacy that citizens have. And as Senator Tao stated, the pros of sort of being able to find people that are guilty of abhorrent crimes are far outweigh the consent of a citizen to sort of not want the government to know where they've been all day, or if they searched up the word banana or something. So I think all in all, I would like to motion to move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
I second that motion.
The motion has been seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 224, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 224, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 7 nays, 2 yeas, and 1 no vote, the Senate Bill 224 has failed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 238.
SB 238 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, An act to enact price protections for over-the-counter medicine sold in Nevada pharmacies.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this is an amazing bill, mainly because it addresses Big Pharma. For a very long time, Big Pharma and these very large corporate entities have had patents to certain drugs that are life-saving, and they have marked up the prices incredibly high to a point where it's extremely absurd. And I believe that this bill is a great counter to that. Over-the-counter medicine is very important, and I believe that this bill, by restricting the cap, by restricting the price, is very beneficial, and also overall in the long term gives a statement to Big Pharma saying that we will not let you oppress us with your patents and your own prices. And I think that this is the very big first step in doing so.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I completely agree with what Senator Kim has stated. I think that this bill will help help the people of Nevada. It will help people who just need medication for being sick, for being in pain, for needing over-the-counter medicine that is too high above their price range. I think that this bill will do. I think that this bill helps protect the people of Nevada by making medicine more affordable, and I think that this bill does a lot of good for the state. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Just as my colleagues have said so far, this bill protects Nevadans and allows them to get the health care that they deserve, especially for lower income individuals who already lack health care. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, just like my fellow senators. I really love how this bill addresses Nevadans and their right to have their medicine, and particularly cheap medicine, over-the-counter prescriptions. And I really love how a 100-count bottle should not be more than $7 and a 500-count bottle should not be more than $13. I believe setting a cap on these prices that companies can sell these medications for will really benefit citizens in need of these medications. And I also really enjoy Section 5 of this bill, where repeated violations will cause people selling these prescriptions to have major consequences, such as fines and also suspension of their licenses. And I feel like that's just a really neat way to keep everything in order. And overall, I support this bill, and I motion to move to previous question. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
I second that motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, will the secretary please open a roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 238, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 238, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 238 has passed. We will now move on to Senate Bill 245.
SB 245 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act regarding small city financial transparency of political action committees.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think just being able to track where our money is going and being allocated towards these politicians and who is donating is super important. I think that transparency also allows us to see if there's any biases and allows for real politics to happen. Thank you.
The The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Um, Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Personally, I think it's a really simple bill overall. It states that any political committee must track their donations, and I just believe that's a really good way to keep track of what funds are coming in and making sure that there's no shady business going behind where a candidate is getting a large sum of money and it's not documented, and that could possibly lead to bias that could ruin political action. And I think it's a really simple bill that we can pass, and I rise in support of it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that especially in times of the intense political climate, I believe that this transparency is very necessary. I think that in order to really know where your political candidate stands in terms of biases and who they're willing to fight for, this bill is incredibly important because, as you know, money is a very large part of political campaigns, and I think that this bill will fight corruption, and it will also be a very large statement to corporate companies that because it's sort of, in a way, it allows citizens to see and vote for candidates that don't exactly or don't fully support or are biased towards these companies. And so I'd like to motion to move to the previous question. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
I second that motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 245, please vote yea, and if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 245, please vote nay, and if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 245 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 250.
SB 250 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature. An act to make affordable housing cheaper to operate in Nevada by allowing small homes to use modern, energy-efficient technologies instead of utilizing the more expensive, instead of utilizing the more expensive technologies required of those small homes from their legacy utilities.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Affordable housing is not truly affordable if the families who live are slammed with massive utility bills every month. I believe this bill really helps with affordable housing to another level. This really reduces the money that they have to pay for rural housing and reduces the cost of living by a great measure. I believe this bill needs to be passed to ensure the cost of living for residents to get lower and affordable housing to become even more affordable. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Like Senator Rajinikanth, I agree that this is a great incentive to just live in Nevada, and I think that it's also a very big step towards renewable energy because, as you know, gas and those types of gas and oil is a very big industry, and it's very counterintuitive because to sort of like be utilizing them because they're, as you know, they're very harmful, and you know, they have a very large influence over politics. So I think passing this bill is a first step towards dismantling that. And additionally, as Senator Rajinikanth said, it significantly lowers the price of utilities in Nevada, and therefore I think that we should move to. I motion to move to the previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help many families be able to afford homes they desperately need. I think that this bill will be very good with lowering very high costs for utilities, and with that, I second his motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 250, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 250, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 250 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 255.
SB 255 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to help increase access to mental health care in Nevada by increasing school-based mental health resources and reducing the financial barriers that prevent people from necessary treatment.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I personally rise in support of this bill simply because it addresses the mental health concerns of students in Nevada. And I believe that by having programs that allow access to counselors, psychologists, and other licensed professionals to help these students, I believe that it will improve our education and just help the students' health overall. And there's no negative side to that. And I truly agree with this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
I also rise in support of this bill, not only because it's my bill, but because also the mental health care issue is a very big issue. As everyone knows, we are ranked the lowest in national mental health care, and 58% of Nevada adolescents struggle with depression and have major depression episodes, and over 60% of those young adults aren't treated to any sort of mental health care. So with this bill, I believe that with these programs, there will certainly be more ways for young adults to be treated for depression and other sorts of mental disabilities and get all their health care. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I feel like we really need to address the mental health crisis for students, and I feel that this is the perfect first step to start doing it, because we shouldn't always have to be ranked last for when it comes to things like mental health and education. I feel like this will not only allow students to learn better, but also feel better about themselves at school. Students should be able to feel comfortable in their own body and going to school every single day and feel happy about doing so. They should be going into there with the mindset of wanting to learn. And if we implement this bill, then it will give access to these students for more resources that will allow them to feel this way, to be happy to go to school, to feel ready and excited to learn.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help combat the mental health crisis we are having in Nevada, especially with students our age. I think that mental health is a very important problem, and I think that this bill does a lot to help it. I especially like Section 2 because it talks about not only providing assistance for mental health, but also helping people who want to become psychologists and counselors and other licensed professionals of mental health work their way through school. So this will not only help people with their mental health, this will also increase the amount of professionals in Nevada to deal with this. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think the main way to address the mental health crisis within Nevada is by investing in Nevada's future, period. I think by increasing the healthcare for Nevada's future and by backing them up financially is a great way to finally end this ranking of us being on the bottom. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, and I motion to move to previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second his motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, will the secretary please open a poll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 255, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 255, please vote nay. And if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 255 has passed. And please, if a bill passed, please do not clap. Thank you very much. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 210.
SB 110 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act regarding multi-parent legal guardianship in the best interest of the child.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of personal inquiry. Did you say SB 210 or 110?
Sorry, I meant SB 110.
Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because families who have gone through divorces and other processes, it's really hard to navigate the child throughout all of this. Usually they stay in one house and move to another. This bill makes it easier for these for these children to have legal guardians to be able to help them out, and it recognizes them as well, and it makes it easier for them to do things with their child, making it easier for the child itself.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I believe that a child should act on their best interest. They should be able to choose who they want as their legal guardian. And sometimes when divorce happens, parents tend to not care about their child while still having while still being their guardian. But it should be the child that chooses in their own interest so they can prosper in the future. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada consistently has the highest divorce rate in the U.S. with 3.8 divorces per 1,000 residents, compared to the national average around 2.5% or 2.5 per 1,000 people. And I think that this bill will put the child's best interests at heart, and allowing 3 legal guardians will spread out a child's need much more, because if 2 of the legal guardians aren't there to take care of the child, there's another guardian that can take full responsibility of the child and put their best interests at heart. So I believe that this bill does a great job at addressing this issue, and I really think it's a great bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill, and I really like how Section 2 and 3 really emphasize that the parents still have to take care of their child and that they are responsible for, let's say, financial responsibility, stable living conditions, and financial support. I think these are all really good for the child, and it's going to be easier for these children to navigate processes that have divided their family, but also allows the child to connect more with their parents and also be able to do more things and have more control over who they want to be with.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I really like how in Section 4A it states this act will not permit the forced additions of legal guardians. I understand that this bill may only address certain cases, which is why I like that addition where it won't force additions on legal guardians.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, not only because it promotes the welfare of the child, but it also helps divorced parents co-parent as well by allowing 3 legal guardians to monitor and provide for their children. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill, and I just want to say that I really love Section 1B simply because it gives a child that is old enough to make self-conscious decisions to give consent on whether they want and whether they consent to an additional legal guardian. And I feel like that's a really neat part of this bill. And another part I like about this bill is actually in Section 2C, where it specifically states that the legal guardian has to have active participation in this child's life. And I believe that's really important because a lot of legal guardians, if they are divorced, sometimes they are not the best in participating in the child's life. And this can lead to a lot of mental negatives, like negatives in mental health that could carry in the child as they move to adulthood. I believe that this bill does a great job at stopping that. And with that, I would like to motion to move the previous question. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second his motion.
Since the motion has been seconded, will the secretary please open a roll? If you agree with passing Senate Bill 110, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 110, please vote nay. And if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 9 yeas and 1 no vote, Senate Bill 110 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 254.
SB 254 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to create a historic figure for Nevada.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. James G. Scrugham has played a very large role in Nevada's history in fighting for a lot of what Nevada is today. I believe that he would be a very good Nevada state historical figure. And I also like that the bill leaves room for more state figures. And I think that this is it gives Nevada a little bit more of a personality in terms of state figures. And so I am in support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, not because the bill says that it recognizes James G. Scrugham as Nevadan's state historical figure. I do think that he had a major impact serving as the 14th congressman, I think, for Nevada. But the problem with this is that the act specifically says that it's to create a historical figure, but in the bill itself, it states no plan of action to how they're going to do that. And I believe that if we were to pass this bill, there needs to be a specific action on how they're going to get this done, including funding and location, specifically funding, a cap for how they're going to get funding and what the funding will be to create this historical figure. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill and believe Senator Tao's interpretation is a bit incorrect. Even though it says create a historic figure, in section 1 it says recognize, which is also a way to create someone as a historic figure. It doesn't necessarily have to be physical. It can just be in text, and that is technically still a creation, and that they are still recognized as being a historical figure. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to build things, or it's not going to cost anything, and it's completely free. We just have to say that we recognize him as a historical figure.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. Based on what Mr. Tao said, it's obvious that there isn't really much negative consequences of passing this bill, so I don't see why we shouldn't, because James G. Scrugum can serve as a really good role model for young Nevadans wanting to pursue politics.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, and I would like to move to previous question.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I apologize for my misinterpretation. It says that the act is to create, so I misinterpreted that as to create a figure, as in a physical figure for Nevada. And I do believe that James G. Scrugum played a major role in Nevada's history, serving as the 14th governor and a U.S. congressman. And I believe that there's no mistake in recognizing him as a historical figure, as is very clearly true. And with that, I second the motion.
The motion has been seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 254, please vote yea. And if you disagree in passing Senate Bill 254, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 9 yeas and 2 no votes, Senate Bill 254 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 170.
SB 170 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act regarding the future of Nevada high schoolers.
The floor is open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I really think it's important and crucial for the future, or for young Nevadans to understand and know how to contribute and function in society once they graduate from school.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. Currently, high schools don't have most high schools don't have home economic classes for students to take. This used to be a thing about 50 years ago, where students would be required to take this class in order to get them used to the basic skills that they would need for life. But we currently don't have that, and I think it would be worth our time to bring it back in order to sustain a valuable future for Nevadans and Nevadan high school students. And I believe it teaches them a lot about their future, and I do think that these classes should be required. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I think home ec is very important for people to know and to learn how to do basic home stuff. It just teaches us how to live, basically. A majority of the people will be working class, so they need to learn these skills in the future in order to live sustainably, but also as cheap as possible without over purchasing or costing it too much. Skills like cooking will carry you with you throughout your entire life, and I think that home economic classes will teach you those skills very well, but you also learn a bunch of cleaning skills and a bunch of basic skills like how to do your laundry in case you haven't been learning it at home. I think home ec is very crucial to make sure that every person who grows up into adulthood knows how to do these simple acts the right way.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as young people need to know basic skills in order to thrive in society and life in general. There is no negative outcome that can come from passing this bill, and it's just going to be for their own benefit of graduating students. So, yeah, thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Where I live in Washoe County, we are mandated comprehensive life skills classes, but they primarily focus on mental health, which, yes, is important, but in the name, it's comprehensive life skills, and part of that is home economics. And I think by mandating this all over the state would be super crucial in just having citizens that are, well, comprehensive and know how to function in society. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Thunberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help so many students learn good skills to become adults. This bill will not only help the future of the students, but it will also help the future of Nevada, as it is these students that are its future. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think that the overall idea and the intent of this bill is very good. I do believe that economics should be required and should be taught. However, I think that it is cluttered with a bunch of other things like cooking skills, cleaning properly, and other basic needs for living on their own. I think that overall, I think that this should be a voluntary class that has an incentive to be taken. I think that many school districts will need to have to change their schedules to work around this new class. And I think that majority of kids do know these skills, such as maybe not cooking, but knowing how to clean and other basic needs, because this does not need to be a class. This can be very easily learned on their own. It's as easy as a quick Google search or a YouTube tutorial that can teach you just as well. And if anything, it's more comprehensive because it'll tell you exactly what you need. Although I do think that the importance of paying taxes is very important, I think that the focus and sort of drifting away from that to other sort of topics of living on their own is sort of redundant. And I think overall, with the majority of students already knowing these skills, I think that it would be a waste of time. And instead of that, as you said, this class won't be a non-honors class and is worth half a credit each semester. Very competitive students don't really want their schedules filled with a class like that. And if it's added on as a class, it would disrupt schedules. So I'm in opposition to this bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think we have to, even if some of our students already know how to do these things, it's important that we ensure all young Nevadans know how to do these things so every student can function in society once they graduate from high school. I think, I don't think it's right to label cooking skills and cleaning as non-essential because not having knowledge in those can lead to serious health risks.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill simply because I believe that cooking skills, learning to pay your taxes, and cleaning properly has a huge effect on your day-to-day life. And if you're just figuring that out as you enter adulthood, you're going to be behind. Well, not necessarily behind because a vast majority of your peers probably don't know how to do most of these things as well. But this bill, the intention is to raise the level of knowledge that these students have in these skills. And I believe that it's really beneficial that they know a majority of these skills in order to be able to function by themselves on their own going into adulthood. So I believe that it's a great bill and that it should be passed. And I motion to move the previous question. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I agree with everything Mr. Tallis said, and I second that motion.
Although the motion has been seconded, the vote will be delayed until Senator Rajinikanth comes back. The chair seeks a motion for a 5-minute recess. Since Senator Rajinikanth is back, we will now proceed with the voting. So will the secretary please start a roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 170, please vote yea. And if you disagree with passing Senate Bill 170, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 8 yeas and 2 nays, Senate Bill 170 has passed. The chair seeks a motion to do a 5-minute recess. Okay, there's a 5-minute recess right now. The Senate is back in session. So just to clarify, if someone motions to move to the previous question, I will announce if there's any seconds, and then you can second it without having to be called on. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 200.
SB 200 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act that invests in public transportation for its benefits in economic growth, job creation, city growth, tourism, business productivity, and reduction of total household transportation, along with providing local businesses with tax credits for investing in clean energy vehicles.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think public infrastructure is a necessity, but is critically underfunded. I believe that with this bill, there will be more investment in public infrastructure because they're granting $75 million annually into public transportation, and there's also, it's allowing tax credits for electric vehicles as well. So I think this is going to be very good and very beneficial as we go to be more energy sustainable. And it's going to allow people to trust in public transportation systems more, and it's going to help stimulate the economy, but also support public infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
That was still on from the last one. I'm sorry about that, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I really love how we're investing $75 million into public transportation, as well as building bike paths. I believe that with the way our city is progressing in terms of infrastructure, these types of renovations, such as renovations to sidewalks and bike paths, should be necessary because when we look at major cities, such as Boston and New York, they all have designated bike paths and sidewalks that make the cities very walkable and very sustainable in those cities for citizens to walk about their day and go to work and do daily necessities simply because of this type of infrastructure. I believe that if we can enact the same thing that we see in other states in Nevada, I do think that it's going to have a major positive effect on the state overall, and I think it's a great bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Thunberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill is a very important bill for the state of Nevada because public transportation, I think, is lacking in a lot of the parts of Nevada. Also, this bill will make a lot more people safe. As an avid biker, I bike around in Las Vegas, but I am sometimes fearful because there are no bike lanes, or if there are, they're very small and it's next to traffic. I think that this bill will help. This bill will help improve a lot of things about our cities, keep people safe, and will overall help the state of Nevada. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
I also agree with all the senators who agree with this bill. Oh, wait, sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I support this bill. I agree with all the senators who support this bill as well. I believe $75 million is a good price to have for this, and it's a very forward-looking bill because it provides clean energy incentives and tourism boosts. I think this is a great bill for our economy, and I wish to proceed to the previous question.
Are there any seconds? As there is a second to the motion, would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 200, please vote yea. And if you disagree in passing Senate Bill 200, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 200 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 190.
SB 190 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to increase the supply of attainable housing in Nevada by allowing accessory dwelling units, duplexes, and smaller homes in certain residential areas.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chairman recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I believe there is no negatives about this bill. Again, it helps the rural housing accessibility, and it also has, in Section 5, it allows any local government to amend the home zoning rule. So if the home zoning rule isn't very effective at first, it can be amended to become more effective after use. I believe the home zoning rule is very essential towards this government, and it will really help the housing crisis that we're having in Nevada and rural areas. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill because I don't think zoning is the right solution to create more affordable housing that is accessible. Now, I think that the bill has the right idea, but the mechanism isn't proper. It's not too clear on exactly what the zoning is going to do and how it's going to make the housing more affordable or more accessible. It just bans construction of, it says in Section 3, it says it bans the construction of one accessory dwelling unit and it bans the construction of one duplex within a single-family residential zone. I think that affordable housing is not going to be solved because we're banning the construction of certain things. I don't think this bill is going to solve it. I don't think this bill has the right mechanism, and I don't think this bill is that helpful.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
I am in support of this bill, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. In response to Senator Tu's, it says that a local government shall not enforce any zoning rules that ban those things. It is actively encouraging the building of duplexes and other houses on these lots. It is not against them. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support this bill. Again, yes, Senator Tu, I believe you read it wrong. It's Home Zone Freedom Act. It actually frees that and allows duplexes to be in other areas. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I still rise in opposition of this bill, even though I read it wrong. I think that even though it's expanding housing, it's not in the right way, and it's just going to try to cram as many people into one household as possible. I don't think these are effective ways to house people if we're trying to make it more accessible, but also increase the quality of life of people at the same time. I think this is going to worsen it. I think this bill is literally just designed to cram as much people into one area as possible, and I think that's a really bad thing, as that it's not going to be properly enforced, and I don't think there's a bunch of people building and creating giant skyscrapers or giant areas where people are being housed is necessarily a good thing. I think that is really bad. I think it's not going to be, I don't think the quality of life of people are going to be great. I think they're going to have less personal freedom and less personal autonomy, which is why I still oppose this bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, and to Mr. Tu's argument of people getting cramped, for people like myself who live with other individuals of their family, such as grandparents, aunties, uncles, if anything, it kind of provides like a family compound rather than just like everyone living under one household. If anything, this bill allows them to, while be close together, also have like their own privacy as well. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in support of this bill. Senator Toe, I believe you read it wrong. It actually says it bans the construction of one accessory dwelling units on a lot that already contains a single-family home. If anything, I feel like it just encourages housing more, and it doesn't cram anyone in any space, any allotted space. I believe it's just in order to make more housing, and it's more of a freedom act. In all, I believe you read it wrong again. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I agree with the points that Senator Tu said, but additionally, I'd like to add that a large part of this incentivizes companies to essentially make lots of apartments and have rent. And as we know, corporate entities love to abuse this sort of power, and this leads to a lot of sort of deregulation of that. And I think that's very dangerous because, as you know, coffin homes are a very big problem in other countries where issues like this are not regulated, and it leads to often sanitary issues, which this does not cover. And it also doesn't require any sort of federal requirements for what identifies as a duplex, or any of those apartments for that matter. So therefore, I think that this is a dangerous step in terms of where corporate entities can overstep, and it puts them in a position to sort of build these homes, raise the rent as much as they want, and dictate how much it costs to live in these areas. And for those reasons, I think that maybe in the short term, like, yes, it will give more places for people to live, and perhaps those sort of places, the prices in order to live there will be smaller, but in the long term, it's a very dangerous step towards sort of a monopolistic overreach and sort of control over standards of living. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still rise in opposition to this bill, and I'll actually back Senator Kim's argument. I think these corporations do not care about us. They're going to find ways to cram as much of us as possible into a tiny space and charge the highest possible rent they can. It's not going to be more accessible or more affordable, as there's no price caps or anything to make the price cheaper. These corporations are just going to cram us all into like tiny one-bedroom households, and they're going to charge absurd prices for them just to make a profit off of us. I want to ask the rest of the floor before they do their vote, like, would you want to live in one of these houses? Would you want to live in one of these houses where they don't treat you like an actual human? They just treat you based off of how much you can pay. They only care about your money. They don't care about how you work. They don't care about who you are. They just want your money, and they have no other desire to help you out.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. The key part of this bill, from my understanding, is that larger counties and their cities are banning strict zoning laws that allow for affordable multi-unit housing options, which completely opposes Senator Toe's argument about how they're clustering all of us into a single block and trying to fit as many homes as possible. That is exactly the opposite of what this bill is trying to do. It is very clearly, as stated in Section 3A.3, where it says that a local government should not enforce any zoning laws that requires lot sizes so large that it prevents the construction of smaller starter homes. So it's very clearly putting the interests of residents at heart and trying to allow them to have these starter homes where they can live their life rather than large plots that are owned by a single entity. It is clearly put in place to support all of the people and not just a single group of people. So I think this bill is a great bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. My question to those in the opposition, your guys' arguments have to do with residents being priced out. Couldn't that same argument be applied to those who are renting homes? Because if that argument is made, shouldn't all renting be outlawed?
The chair recognizes Senator Tanberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help create a lot of more affordable housing. I think that this bill will help connect a lot of families as they will be able to live on the same plot of land. And I don't think that this bill will allow for people to be priced out or live in coffin homes. With that, I move to motion to the previous question.
Since there is a second to the motion, would the secretary please open the roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 190, please vote yay. And if you disagree in passing Senate Bill 190, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 3 yeas and 7 nays, Senate Bill 190 failed. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill 141.
SB 141 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act reconsidering the salary and retirement plan of public institution accredited educators for K-12 in the state of Nevada.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Rajanikanth.
I apologize, Mr. President, it was from the last one.
In the future, please make sure that if you request to be spoken, that after every bill that you turn off that request, please. Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think it's going to be very beneficial for these teachers. I think it rewards them for actually seeking higher education as well, like getting a master's and a PhD, as they will be paid more. And I think the Section 2 is also really good as well because it states what's going to happen like when they retire and what happens with their pension. I think this is going to be very beneficial to teachers who are often overworked and underpaid.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think this bill works really good to incentivizing more teachers to actually want to be or incentivize people into being teachers because it guarantees them that they'll have the certain salary.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. As you may not know, we are in a crisis where we are not having an increase in teachers, and the retirement age for teachers keeps going up. And this is a great incentive to have more teachers apply and to work within the school system, since a deciding factor for many teachers is the salary itself. And I do like the part in Section 1A, or 1 and 2, because in many school districts, this is already an incentive, but I like that redundancy, and it also ensures that these teachers are being paid as they deserve for higher education. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I agree with what the previous senators have said about teachers being underfunded. There aren't enough of them and they're already overworked. I think this bill will help improve that problem because a higher salary means better teachers, since that would mean more people would want to go into teaching. Higher pensions, that's also a pretty good benefit. Like has been said before, Nevada already ranks very low in education, and I think this bill would help to fix that. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this bill. I think that this bill will help not only more teachers join and older teachers get more pay, but also students to have a better education, causing Nevada to not be one of the worst in the nation for education. I think that we need to continue to support the future of the state, and teachers are one of the best ways to do that. And right now they are very underpaid for the amount of work that they do in our state. I think that this bill would help a lot of that. This would cause fixtures to some of our teacher shortages. I support this bill wholeheartedly. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Before you guys continue, I would like to you to all consider a question. Where is this money coming from? We shall increase the salary for a master's degree by 7.5% above the national average, and a PhD 15% above the national average. This is extremely counterintuitive, because school districts will start prioritizing not hiring people with master's degree and PhDs because they cannot afford to pay for this. As you know, this bill does not cover funding at all, and school districts just unfortunately cannot pay for this. And if anything, it would lead to some teachers being called off either because they have a PhD or because they did not have a PhD. Either way, this does not cover funding, and especially with Section 2, I mean, there's just so many benefits, and although I think that is a great thing, and I think that education should be prioritized within Nevada for sure, unfortunately, this bill just is not realistic in where it's getting its funds from, because the school districts do not have the money to pay for this at all, and unfortunately, it's counterintuitive, and it will cause blowback. It'll cause blowback, and that is definitely not. This is a bill we definitely do not want. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to rise in support of this bill. I believe the money used to pay the teachers, to address Senator Kim's concern, the money used to pay these teachers can be taken out of the public tax revenues that are collected through the state's K-12 education. And to further that, nowhere in this bill does it say that the employers have to hire teachers with master's degrees. It's simply an incentive for those that would like that higher education to get more pay. And I believe that teachers that have a higher level of education are obviously more educated and will be able to help benefit the students overall. And I believe that they should be compensated for their work, or they should be compensated for their work, and we should have a minimum cap for what their salary should be and really recognize the teachers that do so much work in our community. So I rise in support of this bill. Thanks.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill. I think the minimum price floor for a teacher's salary is going to be very helpful. I don't think that necessarily is going to mean that teachers are priced out or not getting hired. We still really need education, and we're going to hire basically whoever is looking for the job because there is a lack of teachers. So even if there is potentially a chance that somehow we're going to price out these teachers, we don't have enough teachers actively wanting to stay and remain as teachers in order for people to not get hired.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in opposition to this bill. To address Senator Tao's concerns, let's clarify. This bill is an incentive for the teachers, not for the district. If anything, it's the exact opposite. As I said before, Mr. Tao is saying, or Senator Tao is saying that the funds for this bill come from taxes collected from, or like revenue collected from like K through 12 education. Like, that doesn't make sense, first of all, and second of all, it's not included anywhere in the bill. Basically, what this is saying is that if it doesn't specify where the money is coming from, it's coming from normal means, which includes taxes, but since it's based on the education sort of department, it goes down to the school districts. And as I said before, school districts cannot afford this, especially not the benefits later on. Additionally, it's fiscally just not feasible. That's about it. Even if it did incentivize more teachers to come, they wouldn't be able to be hired let me reiterate. Say that there is a teacher with a PhD at a school and a school district is already at their maximum budget for paying for these teachers. If there is a mandatory increase of the salary by 15% for that teacher, the school district will not be able to pay for that teacher. So in turn, they will either, one, have to fire that teacher, or they will have to get rid of other teachers without PhDs in order to compensate. That's what I was talking about with the blowback earlier, and I think you guys really need to consider that. And thank you. That's all I have.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to just real quickly address Senator Kim's concerns. So a lot of the teachers are quitting nowadays specifically because the cost of living in Nevada is rising, but because their compensation for their work is not being recognized. The average teacher, veteran teachers, make around $50,000 a year in CCSD, which is the biggest school district in Nevada. And the thing is, if this bill was passed, it would raise the salary 7.5% above the national average for those with a master's degree, and further education rises that even more. And the thing is, we need these teachers in here in order to raise the education level in Nevada, because as everyone knows, Nevada's education is 49th in all of the states, which is extremely low. So whatever we do, we have to find a way to confiscate these teachers and provide them the benefits they deserve so that they can stay and provide the education for the future of the state. And whatever we do, we have to get these salaries to them. And whether that is using taxes or providing donations, we have to get these salaries to these teachers. And that is my main argument. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of the bill. I agree completely with Senator Tao. I think the money is worth it, given the current crisis in Nevada, in Nevadan education when compared to other states. I think we need to do something, and I move to make a motion to move to previous question.
Since there is a second to the motion, would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree in passing the Senate Bill 141, please vote yea. And if you disagree in passing the Senate Bill 141, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 6 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 no vote, the Senate Bill 141 is passed. The chair seeks a motion for a recess until 1:45 for lunch. Any seconds? Then there's going to be a recess until 1:45 for lunch. And there's going to be a bell rung 5 minutes before, which is when we'll be heading back into this room. Excuse me? And when you go for lunch, make sure you take whatever you need because they will be closing this chamber down. I reconvene this meeting at 2:11 p.m. on Wednesday, June 17th, 2026. So for the next bill we'll be looking at is going to be the Senate Bill 160. We shouldn't have it. Then we'll be moving on to Assembly Bill 234.
AB 234, an act to imbue more opportunities for affordable housing in rural Nevada by reducing housing shortages and supporting the advancement and stabilization of rural communities.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill. I believe that putting $50 million into building new homes in rural communities to help decrease the rent and increase the amount of people that can live in Nevada is a great thing. And $50 million is a very small part of our budget, and I think that using these funds to help companies build these new houses will do great good to the state. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think a $50 million investment into rural housing is a really big deal, and it's going to go a long way for these rural communities. Housing is really expensive typically in rural communities, so $50 million to help maintain these houses but also make it more affordable and expand access to housing is going to be very beneficial to people who live in rural communities.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I especially like Section 4, where it mentions the repairing of deteriorating or vacant homes already existing in these rural communities. The structure's already there, and a building has existed there, so I think it would build, rebring the culture of that building, and it could also be used as a multi-purpose building. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because not only does it support rural housing as a whole, but it's multi-purposed as it supports rural housing in many ways. It can help it through making more houses, but also using deteriorated houses in rural areas that have been damaged by other events, and it takes those and refurbishes them. And the 50 million amount is not too much to the point where it's overbearing, but it also would help go across along with other bills, as it's not too much, and I feel like it's about the correct price. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Thunberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Like my colleagues have said, I think that this bill would be really great for the state of Nevada, for housing, especially in rural areas. This will allow so many more people to get houses, repair old houses. I think this is just an overall great bill. With that, I motion to move to the previous question.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Assembly Bill 234, then please vote yea. And if you are against voting Assembly Bill 234, please vote nay. If you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 5 yeas, 1 nay, and 4 no vote, the Assembly Bill 234 is not passed. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill 134.
SB 134 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act regarding the school sports and athletics.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes the Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. The reason I really like this bill is because there are only pros and there are little to no cons. The truth is, it is a voluntary class, and I really think that this is a good bill because overall I think that, as we know, mental health is a huge issue in the state of Nevada, and a lot of studies show that a really good way to deal with mental health is actually through sports and like a stronger physical health. So I think that this works in tandem with our overall goal of improving mental health within the state of Nevada. So I think it's crucial that a bill like this is passed because mental health works in tandem with the physical body. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Personally, I don't really understand using a sports class and counting it as a physical education credit simply because that's already a thing in CCSD and other major school districts where if a student does a sport outside of their regular classes, they can use that credit towards PE in the following year. So that's kind of the same thing that this bill is already restating, and I just don't understand kind of the purpose of the bill because it's kind of restating the same thing that is already being put into use. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think students should be able to specialize in some sports, and it should be contributed to their school credits and physical education credits. Because if they have a specialization in like one sport and they want to get really good at it, having one period allotted a day is going to help them a lot because it's going to mandate that they have consistent practice, and it's the same thing as like almost doing any type of sport for like physical education credits.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I agree with Senator Tao. Sorry. I think there's already plenty of PE. I know my school in Washoe County, they allow me to input 120 hours from outside of school. This would include organized sports to get a PE credit. So yes, I think it's already a thing. I think it's redundant. And yeah, I oppose this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I once again rise in opposition to this bill. Practices for sports occur outside of school, and it is considered an extracurricular activity. Therefore, it should be done outside of school hours and should not interfere with the classes that students are supposed to take at school. And I feel like if we were to implement a period for specifically sports classes, I feel like that would be a waste of a period that students can put towards other classes that could be more beneficial to their education aside from sports. Once again, I believe sports should be something that's done outside of school, and the hours that they do physical activity outside of school and these sports should be applied to as a physical education credit that they can use in the following school year, which once again is already a thing. So I rise in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still rise in opposition to this bill, and I would like to address what Senator Tao has said about this bill. I would like to remind the court that your personal opinion and what you think isn't the final deciding factor for a bill. You may think that it should be done outside of school, but unless you have like a very good warrant or objective sort of standard for why that is, it's not a very good reason for why it should be weighed. I personally think that having a period for sports would be great. A good break in the middle of the day to have some, and then it's not only sports too, it's also physical education. So people who want to run, like not attached to a sport, like a commitment like that, it could be really healthy. And I think that not enough students, and the truth is like not enough students apply themselves to sports because one, they have other commitments, and two, maybe they're afraid to commit or because they think that they won't be sufficient to actually be on the team. But essentially what I'm saying is I think that this is a great gateway, not only for mental health, but also just for students to start getting into sports. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill and will back Senator Kim's claim. I think a lot of students, if given the chance to practice in school, would be able to further their extracurricular commitment. Like, there's also an argument that's being made by the opposition that just because it's an extracurricular doesn't mean, because it's an extracurricular, it shouldn't be done inside of school. But that's wrong. I don't think that's a good argument because at that point, any sport considered inside physical education classes would count. So that means we wouldn't have a physical education class or any type of classes like art class. Like art is technically an extracurricular, debate is technically an extracurricular, cooking is technically an extracurricular. Those still qualify as classes inside of school. This is just allowing students to get more practice for those sports, just like how students want more practice for their extracurriculars. It just makes it so they don't have to spend time outside of school just doing it and taking the time to practice because they can do it and do it consistently inside of school because it's part of their schedule.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the bill. I agree with what Senator Tao has said, not only about it being redundant, but it also doesn't cover the everything that could happen because in Section 1, Part C, it says students will only gain the class period for a season of the sport they sign up with, either fall or winter. So that's only one semester. The first semester are fall and the winter sports are in the second semester. So if they only play a fall sport, that means that they they don't have a class to go to in the winter, and vice versa. It doesn't even talk about that. It doesn't cover that. Neither do the people who support this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I don't think students should be able to complete all their PE credits just by playing sports. It's called physical education for a reason. It's not just about playing sports. It's about like learning about the human body and how exercise helps you, how stretching helps your muscles. So we shouldn't just be allowing students to pass that credit just from playing sports solely. And also, I don't think they should be getting a full credit just for doing one sport, like for just a very short period of the school year.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in opposition to the bill. I would like to say that Senator Tamberg made a really good point about how if a student only plays one sport, they would get the credit in the fall semester, but they would not. But they would need another class. If they don't play another sport in the spring semester, they're going to have to find a class to fill up that credit requirement when that sport could just be done outside of school, and the whole year they could just focus on one class and get the credits that they need to graduate. And some other arguments I have here are that in the bill itself, it states that students will gain the class period for a season of the sport they sign up for, and that fall will be the first semester and winter sports are the second semester. The problem I have with that is that fall sports incorporate a lot of sports, such as soccer. I know soccer is one of them. I think bowling is another one. And it also depends based on gender. So that means that all of these classes will have to be taught by different athletic directors. And the problem with that is that a lot of these coaches have other jobs that they do during the day, and they're only available for that hour after school to be able to coach these teams. And not to mention that a lot of these teachers do not work at the school that they coach at. Instead, they have to take the time out of their day to go ahead and coach these students. And another point I'd like to bring up is that a lot of these coaches also aren't paid. They're doing it voluntarily out of their own time. So taking the time out of the day to go for these sports classes that give physical education credit, I think that's great and all, but we have to account for the money side of it, as these teachers will either be doing it voluntarily in the middle of the day that is inconvenient to your schedule, or you would either have to pay them for that 1 hour that they come in. And that's my argument. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support of this bill because the argument that it should be simply kept outside of school doesn't add up. If you took this and applied it to literally any extracurricular that is counted as a class, count it like art, like culinary arts. Like for me, culinary arts counts as an art credit. I think that's good because I don't have to necessarily take an art credit in the future again. And the argument that is also presented that these students don't have anything to do the next semester, they can just take an open, or they can just take another class, or they can be put into a physical education class. It doesn't necessarily have to just be that sport, but it just gives students that extra practice that they typically need. This is what private schools already do with their extracurriculars, which is why their students excel so much compared to public schools. Now, the argument that this literally proves all of their points wrong, because they said it's going to just make it like worse for the student, and they're not going to have time to like do the other classes, but they're literally learning better and they're going to be happier. We're supporting what they want, and that's going to in turn make them want to go to school, make them want to go to learn, and make our education quality be better.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again rise in opposition to this bill. So I go to a pretty small public school. We only have around 170 students. We actually don't even have a gym, and so we actually don't have any organized sports at all. So I think this brings up an exception to this bill that I think the bill is too vague to include. I know if my school has this issue, there probably are plenty of other small schools that have the same issue. So yeah, I oppose this bill, and I motion to move to the previous question.
Since the motion has seconded, would the secretary please open a roll? If you agree in passing Senate Bill 134, please vote yay. And if you disagree in passing Senate Bill 134, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 5 yeas and 5 nays, Senate Bill 134 does not pass. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill 251.
AB 251, an act to enhance the existing ceiling for state expenditures in Nevada and to provide that any revenue in excess of the ceiling will be refunded back to the taxpayer to prevent uncontrolled expansion of the government without undermining its capacity to deal with crises.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think it creates a safety fund just in case any crises goes wrong. Now, if we have excess taxes, this allows the state to hold on to it. And if there's any type of unforeseeable event, we can fund and use our taxpayer dollars to help avert that crisis. Here in Boise State, Nevada, in this program, we literally do that with the taxpayer money and the money we get with the city. We literally do this to pay the dues for the crisis. And not only that, if you want to apply this to real world scenarios, we can pay, for example, we can hire more first aid responders at that period of time if, let's just say there's a large amount of heat strokes happening and there's a national emergency or a state emergency for some health related crisis. We can hire more first responders, we can hire more doctors to help avert the crisis.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. Personally, I don't see anything wrong itself fundamentally with the bill. The whole point is that any excess tax money is given back to the taxpayers, and I think that's completely fair because if the state is not going to use all the taxpayers' money to make changes to the city's infrastructure, benefit the economy, then it should go back to the taxpayer and they should be allowed to spend it as they wish. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill for the same reasons of Senator Tao and Senator Tu. I motion that we move to the previous question.
Since the motion has been seconded, we'll now be moving on. Would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Assembly Bill 251, please vote yay. And if you are against voting passing Assembly Bill 251, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 4 yeas, 1 nay, and 5 no votes, Assembly Bill 251 does not pass. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill 252.
AB 252, an act increasing funding for subsidized affordable housing by raising real property transfer tax for purchases of real estate over $2 million.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm personally in support of this bill. I personally don't see anything wrong with setting higher taxes for all those that purchase real estate over $2 million. And since all the taxes is going to be used to help fund affordable housing development, I genuinely don't see any negative outcomes that could come out of this bill. And yeah, I rise in support of the bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I believe that anyone making a budget, an income over $2 million should be able to give a little bit of their portion of their wealth in order to get more housing out. I believe that that doesn't really affect the economy negatively, and I believe it will help affordable housing with a lot. It'll help have affordable housing a lot. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. Senator Rajinikanth, a little misconception with it's like purchases of real estate over $2 million, not their actual net worth, but it's okay. But yeah, no, this is a great bill. For those very large purchases, I think that taking money from purchases of real estate, putting it towards affordable housing is definitely a sort of like Robin Hood type of bill that I really like. But yeah, I'm supporting this bill, and I make a motion to move the previous question.
The motion has been seconded. Would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Assembly Bill 252, please vote yay. And if you are against passing Assembly Bill 252, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Assembly Bill 252 has passed. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 198.
SB 198 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act requiring juvenile courts in Nevada to provide optional text message or email reminder notices of scheduled court appearances to a child and the child's parent or guardian.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. From what I understand, this is pretty much common sense. In legal proceedings, you have to be notified of when you have to go to a court proceeding. So, yeah, I support this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. It's really just optional, I believe. Yeah, it says it's like they don't have to do it, and then I don't think it provides any harm if they don't like really do it. But if they do it, then it can help remind someone. I think we should just pass it.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, President. I stand in support of this bill. I really like it. There's no harm can be done from this. It's just a text message or a call telling you whether you should be there or not, which, there's probably people who forget their cases, but because they were watching TikTok or Instagram, and that might help them. So I think that this is a good bill, and I move the motion for this bill to be.
Since the motion has been seconded, would the secretary please open a roll? If you're in favor of passing Senate Bill 198, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 198, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 198 has passed. We will now move on to Senate Bill 208.
SB 208 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act relating to administrative procedures, prohibiting certain administrative regulations from taking effect unless approved by the legislature or the legislative commission.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think it is important to have some type of administrative regulation for certain types of certain types of activities, and I think this places like a good check to like a check and balance towards it, and I think this is a pretty balanced bill. I don't see that there's too much harm to it, and I think it's a pretty good action for events that do have like a lot of effect and can cause a lot of damage. So having that extra layer of like protection of it needing to like be like confirmed is going to be helpful.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, President. I stand supportive of this bill. I agree with everything Tu said. I see nothing wrong with this bill, and yeah, that's it.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the bill, just because it is redundant. Because there already are agencies already must adhere to a strict process. There's legislative reviews and public inputs, and this already happens. And if we just have another thing watching these administrative regulations, that's just redundant to have so many different ones. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in support for this bill because I don't think it being redundant is necessarily a bad thing. It just adds another layer of protection just to make sure, like, hey, we're not passing anything that's going to disrupt the economy to a massive scale. This is just an extra check to make sure that, hey, we all are in agreement. We can have this action, and even if there already is laws that are centered around this, we can still have a little bit more to increase the regulation and to make sure that basically nothing that will harm our economy will pass.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill just for the exact reasons as Senator Tanberg said. We already have some of these checks and balances in place, and while yes, checks and balances is a fundamental core to the American values, I do believe that if we have too many checks, that it could be possibly disruptive, and we won't be able to get anything done. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. The reason I say this is mainly because of gridlock, where new regulations will stall if the legislature is too slow to vote, and that also includes the idea of implementation gaps, where federal mandates may be violated while waiting for state approval, and this also links to sort of economic uncertainty because businesses face compliance confusion during approval delays.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in opposition to this bill. I agree with Senator Kim and Senator Sensei. With Senator Tu, what is the point of adding another layer if we already have so many layers? And it's checks and balances are good, except if they make the process unbalanced. And like Senator Kim was saying, this could cause a lot of confusion, and this would make the process really messy, and business owners and the people of Nevada wouldn't know which one to follow. And they also get an input in this with the system that's happening already. So we're kind of upending that. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I motion to move to the previous question.
Since the motion is seconded, will the secretary please make a roll? If you are in favor of passing Senate Bill 208, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 208, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 6 nays and 4 no votes, Senate Bill 208 does not pass. Not pass. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill 231.
AB 231, an act to improve teamwork, strategic decision. Oh, actually, we will pause for a second.
We will actually now be moving on to Assembly Bill 201.
AB 201, an act to require the state of Nevada to maintain a free online database of city and county expenditures to ensure citizens can see how their money is spent.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support for this bill because I think more transparency is always going to be a good thing. I think that us being able to see how our money is being spent allows us to better gauge who we should vote for the next election, whether or not these elected officials are good at their job and whether or not we like their policies or if they're delivering on the promises they said they would. I think this bill is very transparent in that aspect, and it's allowing us to see and kind of truth check the government to see if they're doing what they said they were going to do when they got into office.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill as well. I completely agree with everything that Senator Tu said. I believe that the bill itself is really neat in terms of Section 4, where it says that the portal should be free, updated monthly, and it has to have that level of detail where it shows exactly what every single kind of fund is spent on. And I think that's just a really big thing because citizens need to know that where their money is going towards, and just understanding whether the people governing their state know how to spend the money that they're given. So I rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill primarily because within our society today, you can see more and more people not trusting their government and their local officials. And I think by implementing this bill, we'll see more people vote on politicians who keep their promises. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. In a government that is created by the people, for the people, that means citizens should have the right to know where their taxpayer money is invested in. So with that, I support this bill, and I motion to move to previous question.
Since the motion has been seconded, will the secretary please open a roll? If you're in favor of passing Assembly Bill 201, please vote yea. And if you're against passing Assembly Bill 201, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 9 yeas and 1 nay, Assembly Bill 201 is passed. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill 195.
AB 195, an act to enhance protections for school crossing guards by establishing increased penalties for drivers who cause bodily injury or death to a crossing guard while the crossing guard is performing official duties.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I feel like crossing guards are kind of undervalued in today's society. I feel like they have such an important job to make sure that children are getting to where they need to be safely. They're making sure that children don't necessarily have like terrible encounters with like vehicles. They're making sure that they're like the traffic is getting navigated at a smooth and like consistent pace, and that all cars are able to go through. And I feel like having these protections will make people take them more seriously and value them higher.
The chair recognizes Senator Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in support of this bill. I pick up my little sister from school, and I have witnessed how the crossing guards are sometimes subject to bad drivers. How can I explain this? There are reckless drivers who have no consideration for the crossing guards, and I believe that there should be harsher penalties inflicted upon those drivers that have no consideration for them. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Although I think that crossing guards are definitely a very vital and important part of society, as they do a job that is definitely invaluable to the lives of children, I don't believe that they should be given special treatment in court. You know, if you look at Section 1C, such penalties may include fines, community service, and license suspensions. That just seems excessive. And plus, courts already, if there is a good case, then people who do these things will already be reprimanded by the law. And I don't think that we should have give this precedent where certain public servants should be given special treatment. So yeah, I think that not only is the bill a little excessive, and I believe that the law can already do what this bill aims to do, I think that the precedent that it sets for other public servants is also a dangerous and slippery road. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. We all know crossing guards, or being a crossing guard, is a really dangerous job. I mean, imagine standing in the middle of a street with a bunch of big moving vehicles coming back and forth, right? That's obviously a dangerous job. And in order to protect them, I feel like this incentivizes drivers to have extra caution when around crossing guards. Yeah.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill primarily because crossing guards are typically required to wear high visible vests, which makes them much more visible to the public. So I think if a driver were to cause bodily harm or death to a crossing guard, I do believe that they should be subject to more penalties, primarily because it's definitely harder to miss a neon vest than it is someone wearing all black. So I think they should be subject to more penalties. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. While I agree completely with the intent of this bill, I think it's a little too vague. There aren't any specifics in terms of the punishments. It just says enhanced punishments, greater punishments. And also, right now, in Section 1C, it states that the only thing it really does is it asks courts to, quote, consider increasing penalties. So I don't really think it's doing anything. I would support something that's a lot less vague and has actual specifics as to what these increased punishments would be, but in its current state, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. My main problem with the bill is the same as Senator McDowell's, where in Section 1C it says, shall consider. I believe that courts shouldn't just be considering, it should be the law that they increase penalty for drivers of motor vehicles that hit these crossing guards. Going back to Senator Sensei's point about how these crossing guards wear clearly more kind of apparent uniforms so that cars can see them. And if cars are still hitting these people that are doing their duty to protect our kids and the children, I believe that they should 100%, no doubt, get increasing penalties compared to just hitting regular people. And the fact that courts are only considering it just makes me doubt this bill's ability to kind of enforce the law. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I really like what Senator Tal had to say in terms of the courts are already capable of doing what needs to be done to criminals who are hitting these types of people. I don't think that more punishment needs to be added, but I want to reiterate my point about the slippery slope. These protections for crossing guard, why wouldn't they be applicable to police officers or like firemen? Of course, maybe they're not in the sort of situation where they would get hit by a car, but in terms of their day-to-day activities and like increased protections for maybe attacking one of them, I think that if we go down this slippery slope, it can get really messy. For example, right now, ICE agents or nice agents, right? Like, if we go down this road, it sets a precedent for giving special sort of treatment to public servants, where courts may have some bias in terms of sentencing a more enhanced penalty. And I think that people, no matter their sort of occupation in terms of the courts, should be treated equally. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in opposition of this bill. As Senator McDowell was saying, this bill is too vague. And also, as Mr. Kim and Tao were saying, the courts can already handle that. And if we go and objectify just these cross guard men, I think that it sets a standard that shouldn't be there. As Kim was saying, I think that like the slippery slope, like if we set one like city agent to get enhanced, I don't know the word for it, to get enhanced punishments for getting hit by a car, why shouldn't all of them get it? City officials, what I was looking for. And with that, I move to the previous question.
The motion has been seconded, so will the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Assembly Bill 195, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Assembly Bill 195, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 3 yeas, 6 nays, and 1 no vote, Assembly Bill 195 does not pass. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill 260.
AB 260, an act to alter overtime compensation in the state of Nevada.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think it is going to be particularly helpful for like first responders, because a lot of the time they're not called in on schedule, especially during like serious crises. They're called in like, hey, we need more first responders, and all of them just start coming in and clocking in for work. That's not necessarily on their schedule, and I feel like this bill would just make sure that they get like paid their overtime hours if they already like exceeded those like the regular like 40 hours in the first place.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this bill as well. I think it's great, especially the point that Senator Tu was making. First responders are, and just government officials a lot, or not government officials, city responders are taken advantage of, and I think that this really keeps them getting their work for and getting proper recompensation for that. So, yeah.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I agree with what Senator Tu is saying. I think there's lots of exceptions to the existing law, like part-time workers, like he was saying, and this bill would help fix that. Yeah, I just don't see an issue with it. The employee can choose what structure they want. There's even a grace period for employers to kind of put that into place. So with that, I motion to move to the previous question.
The motion has been seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Assembly Bill 260, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Assembly Bill 260, please vote nay. And if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. Okay, would the secretary please close the roll? With 6 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 no votes, Assembly Bill 260 passes. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 222.
SB 222 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act relating to energy, creating a streamlined approval process for advanced nuclear energy facilities, and preempting local governments from prohibiting the construction or operation of federally certified small modular reactors.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Nuclear energy has a certain stigma around it and has had a stigma around it for many years, and it has caused a lot of fear. And I think that, and the truth is that nuclear energy is incredibly efficient, it's incredibly safe, and it is very clean. So I think that this moving towards this type of energy in the state of Nevada would set a precedent not only for the state, but also for the entire nation, and showing that nuclear energy is a great step towards a better and cleaner energy. And so I think that this bill is a great idea. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I agree with what Senator Kim was saying. I personally support nuclear power. And yeah, I just support this bill. This wouldn't compromise safety since, as said in Section 3, the design has to get a license from the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So yeah, I think this is a great bill and I support it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Like the other senators have said, this bill is really nice in that it advocates for nuclear energy, which I think nuclear energy is a very good resource and that we should be using it more. There's also a safeguard in place so that we're not putting any potentially dangerous reactors within our city, and the amount of energy they could produce is a lot, and that could help power many homes and businesses. Yeah, thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I think that nuclear energy is probably the most efficient energy source we could use. With just a little bit of land and a little bit of like water and a little bit of resources, you can produce so much energy that I could enough of it could power the entire state of Nevada. It's just so effective. I feel like if we have more nuclear energy and if we start investing in it as Nevada, then other states in the United States would do so as well, and we just overall become more energy efficient because nuclear energy doesn't emit it doesn't contribute to the greenhouse effect, and it doesn't cause that much harm to the environment.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in support of this bill. I think that nuclear energy, like Kim has said, like Senator Kim has said, nuclear energy has had that sort of if around it, especially after the incidents of Chernobyl in 1984 or 6 or whatever. And I think that if reinstituted properly, Nevada could be a great source of energy. And with that, I move to the previous question.
The motion has been seconded, but the voting will be delayed until Senator Kim comes back. But the floor is still open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill, but I just want to clarify some things. Nuclear power is really good. However, there is a major flaw that many people or many of the opposed might bring up, is the fact that nuclear power sites do pose a terrorist risk. So if we do implement more of these nuclear facilities, it does kind of put us in the position of a terrorist attack. However, since this is regulated through the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission, most nuclear sites could be put underground as well. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of the bill. It allows the construction and operation of federally certified small modular reactors, and compared to large nuclear reactors that cost nearly 20 to 30 billion, each one of these generate 1/3 of the energy required for those systems. And I believe that it's really energy efficient overall. Money might be a cost issue here, but I do believe that the energy it generates is incomparable, and it does bring a lot of great benefits to the state. Thank you.
Now that Senator Kim is back, will the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Senate Bill 222, please vote yes. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 222, please vote nay. And if you have a no vote, please vote no vote. With 10 yeas, would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, the Senate Bill 222 passes. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 157.
SB 157 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act improving and expanding the availability of mental health-based services in order to both decrease the amounts of mental health crises and counteract the overcrowding of Nevada hospitalization centers.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think Nevada really struggles in terms of managing and processing of how to deal with individuals who struggle with mental health. I think this bill tackles that really well. I think the mechanism is pretty good, and I think that this could make the mental health of Nevadans better if needed.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. Just like Senator Tu said, this would help a lot of people get the mental health mental health support that they need, especially in the moment. This also with the mobile crisis response teams in order to provide psychiatric crisis response. I think that is a really good idea. Because sometimes people experiencing mental health issues in the moment cannot go to hospitals or ERs. I think this bill is a really good idea. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. The big issue here for me is that although I think that this bill and the time frame and the planning is all very good, the funding is completely ambiguous and it acts as almost like an open check, which is somewhat disappointing because it says in both Section 1 and Section 3 at the beginning, the state shall fund, and then it continues. And then in Section 3 it says, the state shall expand school mental health programs in order to combat. I'm sorry, I think I meant, it said, I'm sorry, Section 3A, where it said it shall increase the amount of funding. It doesn't specify at all in any of these sections, nor in the entire bill, how much funding to be allocated. And if we were to pass this bill, it would act as almost as like an open, like a blank check to, and a very large commitment to this. I will say that it is very well planned out. However, it would be irrational to just immediately ratify this bill and because of its implication of having an open check through normal means.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Just like Senator Kim said, we don't know where these funds are coming from, and one thing that's very important to note is that there's no specified number of these mental health centers that are to be built. So this can be a wide range of a great amount of money, and then we don't even know where these funds will be coming from. So I don't know if we can pass this.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I agree with what Senator Kim and Senator Rivera were saying. I just think it's too vague right now with the funding. It's really a shame since I agree with basically everything else in this bill, but I think it would need to have more specific language on where those funds were coming from and how much money is being given to it before I could support it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion to move the previous question.
The motion has been seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Senate Bill 157, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 157, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 1 yay, 8 nays, and 1 no vote, Senate Bill 157 does not pass. We now move on to Senate Bill 148.
SB 148 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature. An act to recognize and restore the constitutional right of law-abiding citizens to carry a concealed firearm without a government-issued permit, to eliminate state-mandated licensing fees for carrying defensive weapons, to preserve an optional permitting system for interstate reciprocity, and to provide for the general preservation of the Second Amendment.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill is, well, I think we should start in section 1A. If you look at it, it says that any person 21 years of age or older who is not otherwise legally prohibited from possessing a firearm under state or federal law may carry a concealed handgun or defensive weapon within the state of Nevada without obtaining a permit, license, or background check certification from any state or local government entity. That is honestly crazy. I mean, we need to have checks and balances on weapons that can take a life. We already know that gun violence is an extremely large issue within the U.S. And it's because of these background checks and licenses that we can even begin to sort of argue for even having guns. But here's the big thing, right? If there's no background check and you don't need a permit or license, people can obtain a fake ID, and kids could be buying guns. And we already know that school shootings are a very large issue in the U.S. And so if people can go into gun stores and blindly, if kids who are in high school or even younger can go into a gun store without a license or a permit for a gun, and only having an ID that supposedly says that they are older than 21, then this opens the gateway to so many more incidents among youth in the United States, or in Nevada, sorry. But thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I completely agree with Senator Kim. This would cause gun violence and death in cities in this state to rise significantly. If you can purchase a gun, get a gun, and have it concealed carry without any checks or permits or any training on how to properly have it, you just need an ID. I don't think we should have that. I think that is very dangerous, and a lot of people would die because of it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. I completely agree with what Senator Kim and Senator Tambert has said. It's just absurd that this bill allows individuals with simply an ID, without a permit and without a background check, to carry a live weapon. And although the bill does address that this act does not authorize the carry or possession of a firearm in Section 4 in any location where weapons are explicitly prohibited by existing federal law, state law, or private property, that doesn't protect anything, because that means that in public streets where anyone can stand on, the possession of a firearm without a permit and a background check is allowed, meaning that anyone, no matter their background, can have a fire gun or a firearm, and that is just very dangerous for the citizens of our state. And in order to keep everyone safe, I would say that this bill should not be passed. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I 100% agree with everything everyone else has said. It's frankly ridiculous that you don't even need like a permit or a license to carry a weapon, and I motion to move to the previous question.
Since there's a second motion, would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Senate Bill 148, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 148, please vote nay. And if you have one vote, please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 nays, Senate Bill 148 does not pass. We'll now be moving on to Senate Bill 143.
SB 143 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act lowering the voting age to 16 for the election of school district board of trustees members.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support for this bill. I think it's good to get the youth involved in the decisions that the school board is making. I think this gives students a voice, and plus they're a bit older and they've progressed a little bit in high school, so they know a little bit more on how these standards work. So they'll be able to actually pass effective legislation or suggest good ideas to the school board, and I think that's going to be a good thing, as these students are often left out of politics, and I think they should be involved more in the decisions that are being made.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I personally don't see any problem with someone that's 16 voting on the school board of trustees to decide on kind of who runs the school district and kind of the policies that they enact. I believe that it's a good bill because young people, young students will be allowed to be involved in these big decisions that impact their education. And I believe that it's a great way to get them involved. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full support of this bill. I am the vice president of Student Voice at my school. And we work really closely with the school district and the board of trustees, and yet we don't elect them. I think that's very counterintuitive and contradictory. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that things and policies that directly affect the students should make the students have a voice, because these directly impact them every single day for a lot of the years that they are growing and developing, and I think this is a really important bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes that all the senators who have spoken so far are in support of the bill. Is there any senator that is opposed to the bill? You can raise your hand. The chair seeks a motion to move on to the previous question. The motion has been seconded, so will the secretary please open a roll? If you're in favor of passing Senate Bill 143, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 143, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, please vote no vote. Okay, would the secretary please close the roll? With 10 yeas, Senate Bill 143 passes. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 155.
SB 155 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to increase funding for classroom tools and intervention programs aimed at improving students' math and reading skills in Southern Nevada public schools.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I think it's going to address Nevada's education problem pretty well. Students that need help the most are getting the help they need. There's money allocated specifically toward helping those who are stuck at the bottom, and I feel like the funding that will be used to help out and get them access to ways to learn, I think this is going to help Nevada finally be not in the bottom 10 of education, and it's going to help these students learn a lot, and it's going to help them improve and develop nice learning strategies.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and the reason for that is because it only applies to Southern Nevada public schools. For our overall state ranking, it's not just CCSD schools or Southern Nevada public schools. It also includes the North, and so I think that's something we need to take into account. And I think that if we were to pass this bill, it would honestly just sort of be unfair to invest all of this money only into the South, but not to have any sort of consideration for the North, which also makes up a sizable majority of the population. So I think that because of that, we should not pass this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. As Senator Kim just stated, this bill only applies to Southern Nevada public schools, which I believe is genuinely unfair to those that live in northern Las Vegas who are also suffering from the same issues, scoring below proficient levels of their grade in standardized testing. And the fact that they're not getting any funding to have their math and reading skills be improved is just kind of unfair to those that live in different areas. I believe that all citizens of the state should be able to enjoy this benefit if the bill was passed. And with that being stated, if it applied to all of Nevada, the funding would also have to be increased. And I believe that currently this bill does not do justice in representing all of Nevada. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full opposition of this bill, primarily because it focuses on Clark County. And if we want to see the full impact of this bill, it would probably have to go up to the north, where these tools would be fundamentally more beneficial, considering that Clark County receives so much more funding compared to Washoe County and other counties within the north. And since Clark County is around 2/3 of the state's population. And I want to mention that Clark County also has a graduation rate of 86.6%, while Washoe County's is 83%. And I think if we want to see the full effect of this bill, we should probably prioritize the north more so than the south. And with that, I would like to move to previous question. Thank you.
The motion has been seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Senate Bill 155, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 155, please vote nay. And if you have no vote, then if you want to not vote, then please vote no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 9 nays and 1 no vote, Senate Bill 155 does not pass. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill 163.
SB 163 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, an act to allow 17-year-olds who will turn 18 years old by the next general election to vote in Nevada's primary election.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
My apologies, Mr. President. That was from before.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill because I feel like they're going to turn 18 by the general election anyways, so they can vote. But they should be able to narrow that down in the primary, especially because they're going to be voting in the general election anyways. Like, they're going to be like voting in like a few months. I don't think them voting a little bit earlier is going to do too much. I feel like if they are 17 and can vote in the primary, it's just going to be more effective and we'll get higher voter turnout. And especially for the youth who want to like actually vote and vote in the general election, it gives them an incentive to keep voting and keep that civic engagement up.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in full support of this bill. I really liked what Senator Tu had to say about it, and I also want to add that the overall implications of this and having, I think that overall we should have younger voter participation from a younger audience, mostly because from a younger age, I think it's important to start having an understanding and of politics and preparing yourself. And overall just like society for voting later on and understanding the implications of voting. So I think that this is a very big first step towards having a younger population vote because we are very underrepresented. So I am in full support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am also in support of this bill, and just like Senator Kim said and Senator Tu said, I think this is a really important bill because they're 17, about to turn 18, but they weren't 18 by the time of the primary. They should be able to choose who represents them the best because they are also going to be able to vote in the general election. I support this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this bill. I think all these other senators made very good points. And I don't think that there should be, we shouldn't differentiate people who are only born several days apart to be voting. Like, there's some people that will be 18 by the primary, and then maybe like someone born 2 days after them that won't be. And I don't think we should make that distinction from them. They're basically the same. And with that, I motion to the previous question.
The motion has been seconded. Would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing Senate Bill 163, please vote yea. And if you are against passing Senate Bill 163, please vote nay. And if you have no opinion, please vote no vote. Will the secretary please close the roll? With 9 yeas and 1 no vote, Senate Bill 163 passes. We will now move on to Senate Bill 68. Sorry.
SB 168 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature. An act to increase the amount of mental health days Nevadan students aged 7 to 18, can take during an academic year from 3 to 7.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Tao.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full support of this bill. I personally don't see anything wrong with increasing the number of mental health days a student can take from 3 to 7 in an academic year. An academic year is half of a year, approximately 180 days, and they probably experience way more than 7. They probably experience mental health issues more than 7 out of the days. So, I mean, increasing the number of days that they can take a break and just re-engage, I think it's a great thing and just really addresses the mental health issues that this generation faces. And I think it's really timely and really relevant to this generation. So I'm in full support of the bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I believe that Senate Bill 249 was already sufficient with the 3 days. I don't think that 7 days is necessary because I think this is a slippery slope that we start to go down where we could just keep increasing and increasing the number. So yeah, I personally don't believe that this is a very good decision, mostly just because of the implications of it in the future. But additionally, I think that having the ability to choose when you miss up to 7 days of school throughout your academic year is more than 2 times what it was from Bill 249, and I think that although mental health should definitely be prioritized, I think that being able to or having to go to school and not getting like excused absences for supposed mental health is definitely more important. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. So the bill, it states that students can currently take 3 mental health days per academic year. That's actually incorrect. It's 3 mental health days per semester, I believe. So this would really only be raising it by 1 day. And like Senator Kim said, it's kind of a slippery slope, right? So yeah, I oppose this bill. And yeah, thank you. Oh, I motion to move to previous question.
Motion is seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you're in favor of passing Senate Bill 168, please put yay. If you're against passing Senate Bill 168, please vote nay. And if you have no opinion on passing Senate Bill 168, please put no vote. Actually, my bad. We're going to do the voting later because Senator 2 is not here. The floor is still open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
I was just going to say it's already a majority, so do we need to do that?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?
It's already a majority with 8 nays. Oh, Senator 2's here, so it's fine.
Just to clarify for the Senate, though, we need everyone to vote. Would the secretary please close the poll? With 1 yay and 9 nays, Senate Bill 168 does not pass. We'll now move on to Assembly Bill 205.
AJR 205 in the Nevada Boys State Legislature, and Joint Resolution urging Congress to call a convention of the states to propose amendments to the United States Constitution that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office of federal officials and members of Congress.
The floor is now open to discussion. The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. To explain why, I would like to cite commoncause.org. Article 5 Convention proponents claim that limiting languages in state laws can offer some protection against a runaway convention. This is false. There is nothing prohibiting convention attendees from adopting new rules, their own rules, at the convention. As scholars are quick to point out, the last constitutional convention was called to tweak the Articles of Confederation. That document was rejected wholesale by delegates who decided to create a new constitution from scratch. Nothing in the Constitution prohibits delegates from doing the same during a new Article 5 convention, with far more nefarious policy intentions. So to explain this quote, some context is that this bill is mainly proposed by conservatives, and the reason this is very dangerous to democracy is because part of this bill is it's just that there's a level of skepticism that has to be held. But yeah, I think that the quote honestly speaks for itself. The last time it was used was for the Articles of Confederation, and I think that this bill poses a huge danger to our constitutional rights, and I think that the constitutional rights are there for a reason, and that they should not be touched or infringed upon. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rojenkop.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this bill. To start it off, this bill is not unconstitutional. I disagree with Senator Kim and members of the Senate. Senate. James Madison, writing in Federalist Number 51, posed what he called the central challenge of all self-governance. In framing a government administered by men over men, you must first enable it to control the governed, and then oblige it to control itself. Control itself. 2 words. 250 years later, the federal government carries almost $40 trillion in debt, piles mandate after unfunded mandate onto the shoulders of our states, and has expanded to a reach so vast that the man who wrote the Constitution would scarcely recognize the creature that bears its name. Something has gone wrong, and Joint Resolution 205 is the remedy our founders already wrote for us. Now, before I make that case, I want to take a moment to explain what this resolution actually does, because the mechanism it invokes is one that not many Americans know exists and a few have ever seen used. Most of us know the standard way our Constitution gets amended. Congress proposes a challenge, 2/3 of both chambers must agree, and then 3/4 of the state legislators ratify it. This process gave us the Bill of Rights. It abolished slavery, it gave women the right to vote. For most of our history, it has worked. But here's the difficulty that the framers themselves foresaw. That process requires Congress to propose its own restraint. It asks the very body responsible for our $40 trillion debt to voluntarily, willingly chain its own hand. Daniel Webster, defending the Constitution on the floor of the Senate many years ago, reminded his colleagues that this document was not made for the generation then living, but for posterity, for all future time. The founders understood the future Congress might be unwilling to correct themselves, and so they left us a second path, written plainly into Article 5. That path belongs to the states. If 2/3 of the state legislators, 34 of them, formally apply for a convention to propose amendments, Congress is constitutionally obligated to call one. The states draft the proposal, then 3/4 of all 50 states must ratify before a single word becomes law. Washington does not hold the pen, we do. This mechanism has never been used. It has waltzed quietly in the text of our Constitution, a tool sharpened by the founders and left for the moment when no other tool would reach. That moment, senators, is now. William Jennings Bryan once stood before a divided convention and thundered that the working families of this country would not be silenced, that the people, in the end, are the rightful authors of their own destiny. I share his conviction. The families of this nation, the ones who will spend their lifetimes repaying a debt they never voted for, who watched federal programs crowd out state solutions to problems the states understand better than any agency in Washington. They deserve more than paralysis. They deserve representatives who believe that the republic is still capable of correcting itself, because it is. We are holding the proof. I know there are those who worry about a convention, who ask reasonably what prevents it from exceeding its purpose. The answer is the Constitution itself. Any amendment proposed still requires ratification by 38 states. Not a simple majority, not a bare consensus. 3/4 of the entire nation must agree before a single comma changes. The safeguard is not our faith in the process. The safeguard is the architecture of the document. What Joint Resolution 205 asks of this assembly is not dramatic. It asks Nevada to add her voice, formally, constitutionally, to a national call for a fiscal restraint, for limits on federal power, and for term limits on those who have made a career of perpetuating both problems. Every state that joins this application brings the nation one step closer to the 34 required. We are not acting alone. In fact, 20 other states have already ratified this resolution. We would be the 21st. Abraham Lincoln once told a fractured nation that the people are the rightful masters of their government, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to reclaim it from those who have distorted its meaning. We do not come here today to overthrow anything. We come to restore fiscal sanity to a government drowning in its own excess, to restore the balance of power between Washington and the states, to restore the quiet but profound promise that the republic can still look in the mirror and choose to be better. The door of our founders left open still stands. The key they forged still works. Vote yes on Joint Resolution 205. Let Nevada turn that key. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to rise in opposition to this bill, and I'm going to back Senator Kim, because I think this argument is quite ridiculous. This is the same argument that is made in the Articles of Confederation, which literally made it almost pointless to have a federal government in the first place. This bill is going to be so harmful. It's just going to do so much damage to the entirety of the United States, and I think this is an unconstitutional bill, and I don't think there's any reason for at all you should be voting on this.
The chair recognizes Senator Sensei.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full support of this bill. This is something that our founding fathers were really prevalent on, and just to mention that this bill also focuses on making amendments to the Constitution where we see fit. Just something for you. People across the political spectrum are frustrated that the same faces stay in Congress for decades while problems pile up, and that kind of creates polarization within our government and also radical figures as we see today. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again in full opposition to this bill. Quite frankly, I believe that the only door that this bill opens is a door to fascism. The Article 5 is a giant danger to democracy, and it comes from a well-funded far-right movement that pushing state legislatures to trigger this constitutional convention. And I understand that if it's 38 states that call for the convention, the U.S. Constitution could be a wholesale rewritten with no clear rules, limits, or checks or balances. And we'll first start with how there are no constitutional rules restricting what a convention can change, meaning delegates could attempt to alter or revoke cherished amendments, including rights to peaceful protest, religious freedom, or privacy. Altering these amendments and having the ability to do that is incredibly dangerous, as these are the foundations that America was built on. I would like to add that nobody sort of advocating for this bill could explain what amendment they wanted to change, which should also add to the skepticism. Like, what do you want to change about the Constitution that is like so bad that you think 38 states will call for it? So yeah, there's that, and then there's also just no convention rules, because there's no guardrails preventing massive sums of corporate or dark money from swaying delegate process and heavily rewriting the Constitution to benefit wealthy donors. For these reasons, passing this bill is incredibly dangerous and is a threat to American democracy. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
I would like to ask Senator Tu how this is unconstitutional. I believe that this is absolutely necessary. Being able to change an amendment, it's not that we need to change an amendment, but the option that it is there is absolutely necessary. And again, I would like to ask Senator 2 how this is unconstitutional.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. I think that this constitutional convention literally represents the voice of the states. It's not like some other they that's like voting on these amendments. It's us, and I think something would have to be bipartisan to even pass. So I do support this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I simply think that the consequences of passing this and having the convention far outweigh the benefits of it. Also, there's no guarantee that this would happen within the time frame that we pass this, because we still need more than 10 states to agree to this. I see no reason why to pass this. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continuously rise in opposition to this bill. I'm sorry, I don't remember your question. Am I allowed to perhaps ask him what his question was? Okay. Could you clarify your question, please? I can answer it. Okay, all right. So yeah, we never even said it was unconstitutional. We said that it was a danger to the Constitution that America was built on. As I said before, the people in support of this bill could not name one of the amendments that they thought needed to be changed, and for that reason, as I said before, there has to be a level of skepticism. Like, name an amendment and tell me what's wrong with it, and explain to me like what is so terrible about this amendment that it needs to be given like a complete rewrite. So there's that. And then secondly, as I said before, there are absolutely no guardrails. You know, in the case that 38 states do win, that means that those 38 states get to completely rewrite the Constitution in any way they want. There's no guardrails. There's no restrictions. And that, as I said before, that is a huge threat to American democracy and what America stands for. That means that the rest of the states are completely not represented. And, you know, as I said before, there has to be a level of skepticism that is taken with this. Because, as you know, with the political plane and the prevalence of fascism, as well as the fact that this is well-funded by far-right movement, this has to be taken into account, and I do not think that this bill should pass. And I'm appalled that I have to be arguing this. Thank you.
The chair seeks a motion to move on to the previous question because we are running out of time. Then the chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still stand completely on this bill. First of all, the 38 states is us as a democracy, so saying that we don't have any say in it is just completely wrong. I don't think Senator Kim understands a single % of this bill. Sorry. Second, this is something that is very necessary. 38 states would not agree, or the guardrails is us. We are the guardrails. Us as a state is what us, like our 38 states would not agree to just do blasphemy and the amendments. I'm sorry, but that's just completely wrong. And sorry, our democracy will not allow for our amendments to be completely blasphemous. And I believe that any changes that convince all 38 states to make a change would be a change that is for the better of our nation as a whole. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I again rise in support of this bill. The law is that 38 states need to approve a constitutional amendment for it to go through. And like, as of right now, there are not 38 states with a Republican state legislature or whatever. So yeah, this would need to be very, very bipartisan to get through, right? Since it's only 28 with the Republican state legislature and you need 38 to get passed, right? So again, this would need to be very bipartisan, and I don't think this is an issue. So I do support this bill, and thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still continue to rise in opposition to this bill, and I still agree with Senator Kim. There's literally no reason to pass this if we're not going to use it. Like, there's no 38 states right now that are so unhappy with an amendment of the Constitution that we need to change it completely. I don't think this is needed. I don't think we literally need to keep arguing this. I think we honestly should just vote.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continuously rise in opposition to this bill. To answer Senator Rajankant's claims, he likes to say that this is an act of democracy, that because it is 38 states that are voting and that it is like a 3/4 majority, therefore it cannot be fascism. However, he doesn't take into account the current political plane. Currently, there are 26 states with Republican governors, 28 states with Republican-controlled legislatures, and 25 states with 2 Republican U.S. senators. Stay with me now. Now, we need to align and sort of make the connection between the Republican Party and their direction of fascism and very far-right sort of ideology. And this is through, one of these examples is through nationalism and scapegoating, where, as we know, they have a brand of intense exclusionary nationalism that frequently identifies outgroups such as immigrants or political opponents as enemies of the state. Sounds sort of familiar to something else. And then there's also democratic disregard, contesting state election results such as the events surrounding January 6th, and a willingness to utilize government power for political retribution. So these are examples of how the Republican government is leaning towards, sort of a fascist movement, and it's a slippery slope because the very foundations of democracy are at stake with this bill. So if they win and they somehow manage to get, say, their 38 states, that's it. They can change whatever they want, and with the direction that they are going in currently, it's almost undeniable. And still, I asked that question before. What do they want to change? Me and Senator Tu have both asked the question, what specifically do they want to change? And they have not been able to answer because they know that the Republican Party and the direction that they're taking towards this bill and their intentions are clearly not right or just, for that matter. So therefore, voting for this bill is an incredibly large threat to democracy in the United States and everything that our founding fathers fought for. Additionally, currently there's I'm sorry. Actually, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajanikant.
Senator Kim, can you define fascism? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was going to move that we move to the previous question, but it seems that we want to keep this going, so never mind.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajanikant.
Okay, well, since you already searched it up, I'll just define it myself. Fascism is far right, and that means it is completely right. And being that we have a bipartisan vote in this, okay, look here, fascism and far-right authoritarian and ultranationalist political ideology. That is not what this bill is about at all, actually. 38 states, okay, you said 26 states are far-right. That is, okay, 26, what about the other 12 that stand? Like, all 38, if all 38 were agreed on this, then there's no possibility of it being completely far right and fascist. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
The question is, okay, oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose this bill. The question isn't, is the bill fascist in nature? It is the implications of passing it and the direction that you can go with the bill. So, we've been through this before. If 38 states voting for something doesn't necessarily mean that it's bipartisan. If anything, it's the complete opposite. There's a reason why we're having this debate now. It's because it's not bipartisan. And as you said before, far right doesn't mean that you guys are in the right. Far right is referencing something completely different. And as he defined, it's authoritarianism. And part of that is, one of the largest sort of aspects of fascism, and that is the direction that you can take with this bill. In passing this and being able to amend or completely rewrite the Constitution, as I said before, you can become authoritarian. You can get rid of liberties and rewrite it to your however you would like. And again, they haven't said any specific amendment that they would like to change. And until they can give a specific amendment that is such a sizable issue that needs to be desperately changed, the truth is, if anything, it's an admittance of guilt, because it just shows that, there's nothing wrong with the Constitution. The only reason they would want to completely rewrite it is for the intention of fascism. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rajinikanth.
Okay. Since when was letting what Abraham Lincoln and James Madison have for us fascist? I'm just so confused right now. Sorry. Excuse my unprofessionalness, but I believe that this bill is absolutely necessary. As I said, there isn't any amendment at this current moment that needs to be changed, but this, like half the other bills, is something that is a problem of the future and something that could be necessary in the future, as were half the bills. If all bills had to be current issues, then there would only be a few. Or, well, there are many current issues, but there were many that were passed about future and about the future. And this bill is also necessary in order to have a better and prosperous future. The state should decide what education and healthcare and all those bills for us. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still continue to rise in opposition of this bill. Literally, if 38 states, if they are in control, basically, this is basically what it's doing. If 38 states align with the same party, let's just say, they are able to do whatever they want, whenever they please. There is literally no stopping them. This is so bad. Even in the future, this could literally cause a civil war. This could quite literally cause a civil war. Do you not understand that this is literally how the Civil War basically happened over the arguments over whether or not slavery was just in these states? These 38 states have so much control, they can just overpower the other 12. They can literally do whatever they want, whenever they want. There's literally no check to their power. They can continue to abuse their power for however long they want, as long as those 38 states stay together and they have the majority. That's so harmful to the other 12 states. They literally have no say. These 38 states can just do whatever they want, rewrite whatever they want. They can literally just make their own nation and force the other 12 states to follow it. How in any way is that constitutional or fair for the other 12 states? There is no check or no balance to their power if they have all 38 states. That is so bad.
The chair recognizes Senator Kim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think it speaks for itself. He conceded himself that no current amendment needs to be changed. What more has to be said? If no current amendment needs to be changed, why would it need to be changed in the future? It's not right? The amendments don't need to be rewritten, and for them to sort of just assume that in the future there will be something is honestly really just an unreliable narrative that they're trying to push. And that's another thing, right? part of the Republican Party is spreading ultra-nationalist propaganda that sort of scapegoats different, like, all sorts of different minority groups to sort of pin problems on. And I think that part of this propaganda is that it's very widespread and is a very large issue in today's society, especially with the rise of social media. And so I think that partially propaganda is a huge part of fascism. And so therefore, with the rise of propaganda, we need to take into consideration how that's affecting the sort of 38 state sentiment that they're putting out, like, right? They say, oh, 38 states, that is a 3/4 majority, therefore it has to be Democratic, but they're not taking into account how the Republican Party is slowly taking over states with propaganda, as well as disregarding democracy, as seen in January 7th. So it speaks for itself, and voting for this bill would be another step towards fascism. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Tamberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I continue to rise in opposition to this bill. The ones who want this bill said themselves that they don't know yet what they want to change. So if we have a convention, what are we going to do? Just, hey, we should change this, we should change that. That is chaos. Everyone would want different things. This convention would be chaos, and because there are no set ground rules, stuff can slip by or bad things can be passed. The implications of this bill and what can happen because of these conventions and it would be dire. These consequences greatly outweigh the benefits. I stay opposed to this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Regenenkopf.
Senator Tu, you spoke of the Civil War. The Civil War was a war over slavery, which was when our nation was divided. Our nation is not divided anymore, so that is completely off topic. Wait, well, it is in party, but not slavery versus anti-slavery. That is not what is happening right now. This bill is not that easy to, like, okay, first of all, I know I say the 38 states all the time, but hold on. Let me come back to that in a second. Senator Kim, you said ultra-nationalist propaganda. Propaganda is an extreme form of political messaging that promotes a specific nation or party. That is not what this is. This isn't Democratic or Republic. This is something that is combined. This is bipartisan. This brings both together. Okay, you know what? Yeah. With that, I really don't know what else to say. I feel like the Civil War is just not something that you could bring up about this bill. That is just absurd, in my opinion. And I rest my case. And I ask to move to the previous question.
The motion was seconded, so would the secretary please open a roll? If you are in favor of passing the Assembly Joint Resolution 205, please put yay. And if you are against passing the Assembly Joint Resolution 205, please vote nay. And if you have no opinion, please put no vote. Would the secretary please close the roll? With 4 yeas, 4 nays, and 2 non-votes, the Assembly Joint Resolution 205 does not pass. Now the chair seeks a motion to adjourn this meeting. The Lieutenant Governor seeks a motion to adjourn this meeting. The Lieutenant Governor votes nay. So the Assembly Joint Resolution 205 does not pass. The chair seeks a motion to adjourn this meeting. So then all in favor of adjourning this meeting, please raise your hand. Or you can put it down. And then all in favor of not adjourning this meeting, please raise your hand. Okay, and then all who abstain, please raise your hand. Okay. This meeting is adjourned at 4:16 p.m.